Well, 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 chat. It's Tuesday, isn't it? How are you doing? I did not throw an accent on that because I am lazy today because we are going to have to do a bunch of Anyway, anywho's it's Diamond. It's Tuesday already. Yes, it's Tuesday. I got completely distracted. I was actually supposed to stand up and go check on Coco before I started stream, mainly because it's been storming like all day. It was fucking insane earlier before I like got up and started moving. Check the Coco. Do I gotta right now? Do I gotta check the Coco right now? Do I leave chat with like the awkward like quiet music in the background? Yeah, it's that time of the year. We've been having a lot of thunderstorms. A lot of thunderstorms. It's kind of calmed down a little bit now. Mostly calmed down. It's Tuesday in this economy with this political atmosphere. Maybe. I like the storms. I honestly do. I like thunderstorms. I also live in a place where I've never had to been like crazy concerned that the power's gonna go out when there's a thunderstorm. I've been very, very lucky. Very, very lucky. Also, hold on, I just found something I need to send Faye. And it's the Mollusk tier list video, apparently. We're not gonna do that video. I scrolled past it and then it was like, I have to send this to Faye. Mainly because the octopus is an S tier and marked as overpowered. You got a new dog. What kind of dog? This is important. April ass weather. Jesus Christ, Roland. What is up with some of these people's fucking emotes, dude? Nyx Pip. I have no idea who Nyx Pip is. Kind of like that around here, but it's more so summer showers where it'll rain really heavy for 15 to 30 minutes and the sun will come out. I think that's what it's heading towards right now. It's not nearly as dark outside as it was earlier. Like it was really dark around like 10 or so. Lab Husky. Okay, but you better get her an ice jacket. So anything not blazing heat is appreciated. I agree. It was a fucking 100 degrees yesterday, and that shit fucking sucked. I hate how hot it is here. And it's only getting hotter. I remember, oh God. When was it? I think it was like, no, it was earlier than 2011. 2007, something like that. I was in like 4th or 5th grade, and we had the first couple weeks of school when we would get let out for school. It was 117 degrees one day. I remember it to a fucking T. And it's basically just you walk out the fucking door and it hits you like a wall of heat. That shit fucking blows, dude. But chat, we have a couple things we need to do today. Of course, today is going to be all yapping. It is going to be all yapping, but I made a promise and I had it on the wheel, and now I got to record a horror story. That means you fucked up, buds. I am a perfectionist. I have a story. I read it last night. I really enjoyed it. It's called Black Eyed Susan. And
making the mother of all omelets here. Cast bread over every egg.
A house is designed to keep the heat in. Yeah, that sounds like New England. I wish I was joking. When I was in Maine, when I visited Maine, when I visited some friends in Maine, they have like an inspection guy. Who did that? Grebos? God damn it, Grebos. God damn it, Grebos. All right, we gotta wait for the parade to end. Oh, goodness. God damn it, you guys. All of the redeems at once. You know what would have been better if we managed to spin recording again? No. Well, you got to donate a lot if you want to get multiple spins in a row. But Curry's off with more knives. Hold on, that reminds me, because we deleted a couple things. Is live record still even 1%? Where is it? Okay, it is still 1%. Huh. But, oh, I do owe a Wheel of Punishment from yesterday, too. I didn't forget. Scurries off with more knives. You rat fucking bastard. Come back here. No, but I was saying, when I visited a friend of... Kaya! Save it for later, alligator? What the hell were you doing? Liza P. Oh, that explains it. That explains it. Welcome, Raiders. How was your stream, Kaya? How are you doing? How was Liza P? Haven't you played? You've played Liza P multiple times, haven't you? I'm pretty sure I remember you doing like challenge runs of Liza P. Oh no, Lamau, have you been playing too? No, I don't have Liza P. I know the story. I'm still waiting to see what the next game's going to be like when we finally go to, when we get to see Dorothy. But, welcome in, Raiders. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Mara, and I'm the ringleader of the Dark Carnival. I typically play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, or just whatever my little inclinations like to get into. Yesterday, we spun our Wheel of Punishment, and we ended up on a 1% chance of requiring me to record a horror story live on stream. So we're going to be doing that today. And then should however much extra time we have afterwards, we will probably be chilling and yapping away. Horror recording? Yes, horror recording. I have a pretty decent no sleep story done by a pretty prominent author in the no sleep and like horror story sites on like Reddit and stuff called Black Eyed Susan. I honestly didn't realize how new it was, and I just checked, and it's actually only 11 days old, so I may be the first person to record and post this if it's fast enough. But yeah, it's no sleep and like Let Us Not Meet Again are like very good subreddits for horror stories. But I follow this guy quite a bit. He has like his own Google Doc where he records links for every single one of his stories called the Tomskog Archive. And I've already messaged him before and gotten permission to use all of his stories. He only gave me one rule, and that was like, if I do one of his like multi-part stories, I have to do all of the parts, which means if I want to do like his story Where the Bad Cops Go, I have to do all 13 parts. Okay. Sorry, had to fix my hair. Gotta lurk for dinner, but I'll be in and around. You're gonna rock a recording. I'm nervous because I haven't recorded stuff like this. And what I'm probably gonna do is I'm just gonna record it completely separately in like Audacity. I think is what I have. Yeah, I do have Audacity. And we will use that. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I totally won't have a panic. No, it's we will be like, I'll probably be doing it like a paragraph at a time, and like check on y'all, make sure chat's doing all right, yap a little bit. It's usually what keeps me going, and like rather than trying to do like a whole shitload at once, I'm always very much like trickle feed. Keep it from getting spammed for sequel vid requests. True, yeah. It makes sense. He basically, whenever I messaged him, I was like, hey, I really like this story. I don't even remember which story it was anymore. And I'm thinking about recording it for a new channel I want to make. Is that all right? And he was like, yeah, you can use anything I make. Just know if you do the multi-part ones, you have to do all of them. I'll copyright strike you. I don't think he said that, but I was like, he'll probably do something, but I'm like, I wouldn't go against that. If I started a story, I would want to tell the whole story. It's all or nothing. Oh, also Raiders, those of you that are still here, we are making the slow crawl towards partner. We do need a few more streams at 75 plus in order to make it. So if you're willing to hang out, lurk, do all that jazz, or hell, if you need to go do something, just leaving me on your PC would be really appreciated. We are right on the fucking cusp, dude. Right on the cusp. And the last couple days have not been going in the right direction. the whole channel CCV has kind of dipped under the requirement already. Hi, Mike. How are you doing? Julian, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Enjoy the show. Fuck yeah, get him, narrator. I'm nervous. A wonderful recording voice. It'll be interesting, especially because this is the story I picked is specifically on true love, a horror story about true love. And because it talks about like it's the point of view of a person finding his like true love and like it not working out, and then finding a woman who he's scared to love, all this other jazz, blah 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 blah. It's very interesting. I have inadvertently turned it into a gay horror story simply because of the way that I sound. How graphic is this horror romance story? It's not prolonged, but there is going to be like bodily harm and shit. But it's not like crazily overly detailed. And you're not going to hear anything about like doing the do, if you will. Hi, Fairbanks. How are you doing? Oh, speaking of bodily harm, it's Nickelback's song about doing drugs. Do the do, you know. It's a lot less gross than femdom, so you'll be fine. Listen. It's not sexually charged in any sort of way, I promise you. I promise you. I would never do a story that like is intrinsically overly sexual. So you don't have to worry about that. I have gamer subs. What kind of gamer subs? This is important. This is important, Fairbanks. What kind of gamer subs? Answer the question. Answer the question. If Marin hasn't burned into your monitor, you're doing it wrong. Is that still possible? Can you still get images burned into your computer? Do modern monitors still have that problem? Grandpa's Ashes? Isn't that one raspberry flavored? If the screen is old enough? Oh yeah, but I was gonna say I don't think modern monitors have that problem. And if they did, you would have to like with the OLEDs, yes. Oh. But you would have to do like you'd have to watch the exact same thing over and over on if it was like an OLED monitor. Okay, I was like, it's raspberry something. I have not tried Grandpa's Ashes, but the fact that it's like raspberry is very interesting to me. But okay, I owe a wheel punishment from yesterday to I believe it was somebody named like Soros or something. Fuck. All right, here we go. Come here. We're gonna need this. We're gonna need this. Chat, trust me. It's just, you know, it's... All right. All right, Chunt. You ready? Are we ready to go back to Chef's Club? We gotta, chat. We gotta. You know what else is needed? Suffering. Wait, what the fuck was that? Reese's French toast. Fuck. Okay, we're doing this one. That's 5 years old, dude. You know what? Yeah, we'll do a 5 year. It's 12 minutes. It's 12 minutes, dude. And we're immediately in hell. Immediately in hell. Immediately shoving an entire block of fucking Velveeta into the fucking turkey's ass. Wait. Yeah, turkey ass. The other reel from last stream? Wait, which one? I forgot. Hold on. There was one I forgot. What was it? Now I'm going to find our DMs. Thigh slaps. That's what it is. It was thigh slaps. All right. Hold on. Thigh slaps it is. Let me see if I can... Gotta put my feet up in the chair. All right. Not the cheese pussy. This is 5 years old. So this is also in like the peak of when, what was it? Of like when, if you were doing something that was like food related and you were a fucking content farm, turns dark purple. Ooh. And you're like a fucking content farm. You did shit with like Velveeta cheese, fucking hot dogs. What were some of the other ones? Those are the general two things. Hot dogs and fucking Velveeta cheese, dude, were like the biggest fucking things. Also, if you're using Velveeta to make your, if you're using Velveeta to make queso or like cheese dip or something, you've already failed. You've already fucked it. Okay, so they're brining their turkey. Why are they brining their turkey? Wait, brown sugar in a brine? Salt, Tabasco, brown sugar? I don't like that brine. Potatoes. And I'm still pretty sure the whole Velveeta, Velveeta block hadn't gone in yet. You can't fucking lie to me and call that cheddar. I know that's Velveeta. Hold on, I'm gonna turn this fucking music down. We're only gonna do about 5 minutes of this. They'll probably jump to like a different... That's what it was. That's what the other thing was. It was fucking hot Cheetos. Hot Cheetos used for fucking anything. All right, we're about bringing the hot dogs in. When are they bringing the hot dogs in? Guys. That's so gross, dude. Potatoes inside, potatoes outside. Where are your other veggies? What? Ugh. It's fucking... Oh, it's fucking dry, dude. What are these called again? What is this cheese called again, chat? I forget what this is called. This is like a softer cheese with like a really hard rind on the outside. Chef's Club keeps making this fucking mistake. I've heard the cheese is good. I've heard the cheese is good and I've seen a lot of varieties of it at the grocery store. Camembert. Is that right? White people food derogatory. Oh yeah, it's white people. This whole fucking channel is white people food, dude. So, shockingly though, it's funded by the Chinese. It's funded by a Chinese company. But the thing, I keep seeing recipes by like fucking food channels like this, where they do shit with this camembert cheese, and they leave the fucking rind on, dude. You're not supposed to do that. That's basically just like wax and fucking flour. It's gnarly. Everybody's so creative. Everybody's so creative. Four of them. Okay. Oh, wait, are they actually skinning it? Well, okay, mostly. Is camembert cheese used for fondue? They said this is called fondue. They didn't cut the bottom of the other one. Pizza dough? Y'all eat Baby Bells with or without the crust? God fucking damn it, dude. Sir, that is a lot of pizza dough. What is this going to accomplish? You have a cheese blob inside of a pizza dough. More potatoes! You would have been better to evenly apply olive oil over those potatoes by tossing them in like a bowl or a plastic bag. Okay, it's a fucking miracle that pizza dough did not overburn after being in the oven for an hour. Okay, I guess. I still don't like the fact that you basically roasted the rind. Coca-Cola. Nothing more American. Oh, Jesus. Scorching a perfectly good screwdriver? How could you? What are you doing? No. Ugh. They're gonna make a weird little spout thing, aren't they? Eggs, flour, sugar. Are we making a cake? Brownies? Did you just say cheeses or am I tripping? Cheeses crust? What do you mean? Okay, vanilla ice cream. Also, can you tell what kind of bougie ass ice cream this is? I don't know this brand, but I can tell that this is a bougie ass ice cream. There's vanilla bean seeds in it. That shit bougie. That shit bougie. Not in the tub? Yeah, it's fucking plastic, dude. Who's ready to fucking leach plastics into your food? Okay, so you melted perfectly good vanilla ice cream to make a weird Coca-Cola bottle. Is this a Coca-Cola float thing? Are they saying that this is good if you want to have like an ice cream social? Pretty gooey looking insides, not gonna lie. Oh God, where are we going with this? Oh. No, don't use the eggshell. It's too thick. It's too thick. Oh, okay, never mind. Vacuum. Of course, vacuum. Okay, this just seems stupid. Hold on, how far in are we? Okay, we made it 5 minutes. We made it 5 minutes. We survived, chat. Pat yourselves on the back. Pat yourselves on the back. Also, here's the story we're going to be reading. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. It's totally fine. It just keeps going. There it is. There's the end. It's fine. It's fine. It'll be great. It'll be great. All right, let's bring back the desk. Yoink. Okie dokie. Hi, DJ. How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? Follow for the eggshell. What am I watching? That was a Wheel of Punishment. That was Chef's Club. Part of the Wheel of Punishment, especially for Chef's Club, is we have to watch roughly 5 minutes of Chef's Club is usually what I do. Or if the video's around 5 minutes, we'll watch the whole video. That one was 12 though. Oh yeah, that's exactly why. That's exactly why, because chat wants me to get upset at Chef's Club. Dip our brownie thingies in the bougie ice cream from the Coke bottle in an eggshell together. Not the fucking blushies. Also, that's fucking Allorable's blush emote. I fucking miss Allorable so much. That's a good blush emote. Ordain, behave. I got the feet emote again. God damn it, Ordain. Insanity. Insanity. Her whole butt is out in that emote, and the feet is the focus. But yeah, welcome in though, DJ. Thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoyed the show. Today's mostly just chatting day. I usually throw around the apps and stuff. Right now we're raising money for a Norway house. We're mostly already there. I think overall out of the total amount, we have like 2K left, and that's split between the three of us. But every $10 we have to spend the Wheel of Punishment. And it's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. Usually, spending the Wheel of Punishment, I think, is 10K channel points, right? Something like that. Let me see. 12 points. 12,000 points. Why did I increase it? Is it because, do I have something else that's 10K points? I like to have a variety of options. Okay, it's the boat around. The boat around is 10K. Those are shoes. Why are y'all posting feet? Why are y'all posting feet? At least How To Basic makes it obvious. True. It's though, How To Basic though is like, the point is that it's, what's the word? Insane? I think that's the word I'm gonna go with. Insane might be the word. I don't know for sure. A variety, but there's no 1 mil. Are you gonna spend on the 1 mil? Do I need to make a not 100K, but a 1 mil show off? There's a point to insanity. The point is the insanity. If that makes sense. If that makes sense. The point is it's insanity. In Chef's Club, they're trying to be genuine. They're trying to be genuine and constantly come up with new, like, random, rambunctious fucking recipes. And it usually just looks gnarly. God damn it, not Rama's foot emote too. Rama also has like 2 feet emotes, if I remember correctly. She's gotten one for almost every edition of her model. That would be awful the one time I wouldn't do it. Oh. Oh. Hi, Kira. How are you doing? Leggies. Leggies. Fairbanks, put your leg up. Why so many feet? Everybody's dropping feet. Everybody. Hi, Princess. Welcome in. Princess Candy Heart. Marin is against feet / ass freedoms. I mean, public indecency and all that. Good job, Fairbanks. Now leave it there. Leave it there the entire stream. Fairbanks just sweating it out 2 hours later. The point is the insanity. That's some Lovecraftian talk there. Yeah. What did you think this was? We're in your office? Who's we? I'm in my office. Who's we? You speak in French? There it goes, Strim. Strim. I want to get like a chatting emote at some point. Not like the usual thing. I want like, let me see. I know we have a 7TV, like this one. Like the 7TV chatting emote. If you have 7TV, you can see it. If not, it's just the word chatting. I want one where it's just me typing away. For public indecency for not wearing shoes. Oh, no. I was talking about having your butt out. Having your butt out is public indecency. Feet is not. I only have 2 V feet. V feet. V feet. Oh, they're V Fleet members, aren't they? Aren't they? Not Yomi's fucking milk, dude. Not Yomi milk. Get that shit out of here. If there's no feet, how do you touch grass? But. Listen, you're still wearing your Spanx. That's fine. That's fine. But. It's but. And of course you can't forget boot. Boot. All right. Arguably even better. I don't know. Boats are pretty great. Tushy? Oh God, not the word tushy. How old are we? No tushies. No tushies. Oh, hey, Al-Qaeda's trending. Boat. That is a nice boat. That is a nice boat. I also found out earlier today I can't look down. For whatever reason, my eyes could not look down. I realized that earlier today. I was trying to stage the original like screen post like I was going to be reading a book. But if I look down, the eyes fucking close. I'm going to yell at Ren for the next model not to do that. I want to be able to look down. Looking down is the DLC you haven't bought. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. We're safe hiding under the titty? Shit. Shit. It's just the meme like, well, where did they go? It's just the fucking viewpoint over my chest. Bro can't look down. Gotta start crouching now? Shit. Shit. All right. All right. Chats. Do we want to... Wait, what is this? DC Studio confirms new Wonder Woman project. Al-Qaeda leader allegedly urges attacks on U.S. leaders. Something about Capitol trending. What is this? Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. I don't know if that's real, so I don't want to read that out loud. But okay, yeah, never mind. Nothing, everything here is just random. Again, that's the problem with the sometimes the trending chat tab will just pick a word and it doesn't mean anything. Like there's one that's just an account called Capital Spidey, and it's a dude who dresses up as Spider-Man. Mary doesn't get to see the goods all up close anymore. How could you? Already fucked with Lilo and Stitch. Leave Wonder Woman alone, Walter. I don't know about that. Nope, don't even remind me about live action Lilo and Stitch. I got to see dolphins at Gulf Shores before we left. You've been to Gulf Shores? I used to go to Gulf Shores as a kid. That was like our summer place. We would go to Orange Beach. That was where we stayed. We stayed at Orange Beach. We'd go crab hunting at night. We'd hang out in the pool. But we haven't been there in probably since before I was in high school. As like all the cousins and stuff got older and like my parents split, we stopped going. Okay. I think we're gonna have to start working on this fucking horror story, dude. We're gonna have to start working on this horror story. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Ohana means give your child to the US government. Apparently now Disney's all about realism. You gotta be realistic. Oh, good Lord. No, not the excited. Not the excited. Oh no, now there's two of them. Oh no, now there's two of them. All right. Now the thing with this chat is I think, should I leave the music on? Or should I give y'all like ambiance music to listen to? Then there should be no Stitch, dumbass? Correct. Then there should be no movie. You've lost the point. You've lost the plot. Such a diverse marine life. She just left for the love of the game. No, we're the best marine biology university is basically on the planet. Albanian aesthetic? Huh? What? I don't understand. What do you want about? Hold on, I gotta Google something. Paint us the scene, Maren. Make us feel like we're watching this horror. Okay. All right, let me find something. Let's do library. We'll just do library. We'll just do like some library ambiance. Because I'm not gonna be able to change it between things. Because the recording is not gonna be recording any other noises other than my voice. But the thing is, expect me to like pause if I flub something up and then like delete it and retry. So just expect that. So it may take a little bit. What do I want to use here? All right, let's kill this. This will actually be in the VOD, so people will be able to hear it. Okay, good enough. Or I could do, let me see. Because I used to have one that I really, really liked. Maybe that. But it looks like people have uploaded so many new ones that it's not quite the same. That like the ones that come up aren't the ones that I remember. Okay, we're gonna have to go with the one that I had open, I think. Let me see what this other one is real quick. Okay, that just sounds like somebody's like, yeah, moving stuff around in a library. Okay. We'll go with this one. I'll leave y'all with this one. And let me... We are going to move over. We are going to move over. So give me just a second. Screen. Now, what I'm going to do, just so that y'all aren't like left in the dark, is I'm going to give y'all... Annoyingly, you're going to see how bad I am at using Audacity. So... Okay. We'll do this. I'm leaving it small so I can see, like, myself and stuff. But I do need to check... Because I haven't used this in a long time, so... Okay, it should be good. It should be good. Theoretically. Theoretically. I wish I had... I don't know if... Let me see. If I do space. No. Let me try this real quick. Okay. Okay, no, space is just playback. That's right. Okay, I just wanted to check that. While people argue in the background, truly, this is the life. My mom, my aunt, and my brother, I think, got splashed with water by dolphins, and it was fun. Ooh. Ooh. I'm getting nervous. Wait, the other what do you mean the other cross-dressing alien? Oh, because of the red and gold color scheme? Oh. Desmond, you gotta be more specific. Are you still here? Desmond! Desmond! Wait, you actually have 2 messages. Oh, it's because they came in before, and the first thing they said was this VTuber has Skibbity Thanos Ohio Maga Riz. And it got blocked. And that was, when was that? 2 months ago. 2 months ago. And then they came back and just said Albanian aesthetic. Amazing. 2 months of dedication. What in the name of Sithis? Listen, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay, so that's fine where it is. I'm going to need the story page. I'm actually going to shrink it. Can I get rid of... I guess not. I guess I can't get rid of the fucking side panel. How the fuck do I minimize the Reddit side panel? Because for some reason, when I change the shape of the page, it tries to readjust everything. It demands that you look at the side panel. Look at our mods! Look at our mods! Okay. Okay, I think this is the best we're gonna get. There's a lot to unpack there. I suggest we toss the whole suitcase into the furnace. Yeah. It was at Orange Beach when that happened. I was able to pet one. Hell yeah. Okay, thank you for the 35 streams. Why did I freeze? I froze again for some reason. I also don't know what resources Audacity is going to claim when I start recording. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if stream like drops bitrate or something. I'm probably going to start frequently because my stomach's already starting to hurt. I got the upset tummy bitch. All right, so how do we want to do this? How do we want to do this? I think this is done from the point of view of like a person remembering a moment. Back when I grew up in rural Minnesota. Already butchered the name. Already butchered the name because I wasn't looking directly at the text. It's fine. We didn't hit record. So we're good. We're good. All right. I'm going to get Sai to fucking edit this because I'm probably going to end up krilling myself if I have to listen to it. Hi, Jade. I don't know who I am, where I am. All I know is that I must fish. Hey, listen, fishing's in the background. I mean, hold on, where is it? Wait. I just made it visible. Where the fuck is it? Hello? Is the fishing game broken? Oh, I don't have it open. I don't have it open. Hold on. Procrastinating. A subroutine of the carnival. Yep, subroutine. It would help if I could have swore I opened it earlier. I have a memory of opening it. Okay. Okay, dokie. And then let me bring this back up. Because now I had to send it to the background. Okay, we'll do this. Oh, there it is. Okay, I was like, why is it not showing up? We're gonna bring this, we're gonna put it down here. There you go, chat. Get a little bit of fishing. Let me see, do I actually have it set to auto hide? Yeah, we'll turn auto hide on. And then I bring everything back to the front again. Okay. Nervous. All right. So for anybody who doesn't know, I'm going to stay quiet for the first couple of seconds because that's a good way to be able to like normalize the audio so that there's far less background noise later. Back when I grew up in rural Minnesota, my mother wanted to keep in touch with me. Fuck. Hold on. Okay, I had to move it. I read it as me when it's my. So let's do that again. Back when I grew up in rural Minnesota, my mother wanted me to keep in touch with my Scandinavian roots. We hadn't lived in Nordic countries for 3 generations, but there were still a couple of things that stick around. Behavioral quirks mostly, and a couple of traditions. They've been with our family for as long as anyone can remember. Finally, fishing on the big screen? Does it count as fishing on the big screen? All right. Is it not working? Hold on, is fishing not working? Hello? Why are you not connected? Whoops. I do not know why it didn't connect. Maybe Twitch changed the API again. Okay. I think I can do better. Let's do that one more time. Back when I grew up in rural Minnesota, my mother wanted to keep in touch with my Scandinavian roots. We haven't lived in the Nordic countries for 3 generations, but there was still a couple of things that stick around. Behavioral quirks mostly, and a couple of traditions that have been with our family for as long as anyone can remember. Am I reading it too fast? Am I mumbling? I feel like I'm mumbling. I think I'm reading it too fast. Back when I grew up in rural Minnesota, my mother wanted to keep in touch with my Scandinavian roots. We haven't lived in the Nordic countries for 3 generations, but there was still a couple of things that stick around. Behavioral quirks mostly, and a couple of traditions that have been with our family for as long as I can remember. All right. Putting porridge out for the forest gnomes was one thing. Mom used to trick me with these dolls she'd put in the snow and point to say, "Don't move too fast, you'll scare them." And let's not talk about dancing around the maypole. That stuff's just embarrassing. Do you sound a little anxious? Okay, yeah. We'll redo it then. The thing is like, this person's kind of supposed to sound a little scared. There's a reason. Because they're essentially recalling a bunch of stuff, but at the same time, yeah, it's basically how I start any like public speaking thing. I'm always nervous. Are the throws okay? Is everything like disconnected from Twitch? Should be fine. Are they working? Are they not working? Let me see. Honk. What the fuck? fuck, dude? Okay, let me see here. Let's try... Yeah, we'll de-authenticate. Redo it again. Okay. And then let me test it again. Honk. Oh, I can't do honk. Let me do something else then. Let me have it. Okay, that worked. That worked. I need to resize those things. I'm the same with recorded interviews. I hate recorded interviews, dude. I don't do recorded interviews. You are getting me in person or you can shove off. Porridge with raisins and honey. Oh my. All right. Because I feel like I shouldn't do the like seductive storyteller style. I'm shitting bricks, Zyver. Let's go with that. It's basically like I have a problem where like it doesn't feel like the like seductive narrator fits. Back when I grew up in rural Minnesota, my mother wanted to keep in touch with my Scandinavian roots. We haven't lived in Nordic countries for 3 generations. But I don't really like that. Like, it doesn't feel like it fits with the story. This basically is someone like recanting their story to someone. It's not from the point of view of an unobtrusive observer. Hold on, for some reason, Google has gotten really fucking obnoxious on my phone. I made the mistake, I guess, of like opening a Google News page, and now it sends me notifications every fucking day about Cyberpunk 2077. And there's nothing new. It's just constantly being like, rumors abound of Cyberpunk 2077 getting a new expansion pack. And it's been that for the last like 4 fucking days. Make Marin the universal narrator? If this was a narrator situation, I would. But this is instead from the point of view of the main character themselves. So there has to be some sort of like connect is the way that I'm seeing it. Do you have water to sip? I do. I do have water. Narration. All right. Oh, goodness. Bites the paper? There is no paper. There is no paper. I have it on browser. Could be fun. It would be funny if I had printed off, though. It just had the, like, paper noises. Oh, why am I freezing? Hello? Model? Okay. There is no spoon? What do you mean there is no spoon? Spoon? Bites the... Do not bite my monitor. One of these is brand new because the last one broke. You can't bite the monitors. I can't afford a new one. I have 0 monies. I have 0 monies that isn't already going towards the fund. Or isn't already given to the fund. All right. I'm dying over here, chat. I'm dying. Just fucking gun me down. I think it's because I'm doing this in front of people that I'm also like even more critical than usual. Bite the banks for money. Yeah, go bite the banks, Ordan. There is no cow level, but there is a cow level. There's specifically a cow level in, what is it, Diablo 3? I remember the weird standing up cows. I don't like it. Okay. Okay. How do we want to do it this way? Is this the voice we want to keep? Back when I grew up in rural Minnesota? We're not staring? Oh, sure. Fucking sure. Okay. I'm not gonna have a panic attack. You don't need to worry about that, guys. Hold on. It'd be funnier if I did the whole thing with just this on. The fucking sweaty. Fucking sweaty. Did I just hear thunder? Hello? I don't think so. I think it was a car. Panic? I'm not gonna panic, dude. I'm fine. I'm fine. Mostly. My fault the thunder was me? Was that you ripping ass? Was that you ripping ass? Okay. Back when I grew up in... Hold on. I keep doing this, like, I keep hitting the word back really hard. For some reason, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Cthulhu text to mellow out? I don't think that'll help. Because we're recording this, which is probably why I'm so nervous. Even though it's going to be like the first video that ever goes up on that channel and it'll get like 7 views at most. Sorry, my ass is fat. My ass is too fat. Jesus. Jesus. Okay. Pull the trigger, coward. Christ. Back when I grew up in rural Minnesota, my mother wanted to keep in touch with my Scandinavian roots. We haven't lived in the Nordic countries for 3 generations. Hadn't is the word. Hadn't is the word. Back when I grew up in rural Minnesota, my mother wanted to keep in touch with my Scandinavian roots. We hadn't lived in the Nordic countries for 3 generations. I fumbled it. I fumbled my tongue. I fumbled my tongue. I have a habit of reading fast because, well, I read fast when I'm like reading books to myself. And the thing is, for narration, I'm supposed to go slow. And this for me was like a 30+ minute read with how long it took me to make it through it. So recording this is gonna fucking blow, dude. And the thing was, this guy doesn't have, like, this is a shorter story. This is a shorter story. I have no shooting emotes. Gotta use the old classic stab. Listen, you gotta do what you gotta do. Views the campfire tales. Gotta have a chat with the advertising department. Hope everyone's having one. Hi, Haitian Sensation. All right. Back when I grew up in rural Minnesota, my mother wanted me to keep in touch with my Scandinavian roots. We haven't lived in the Nordic. See, this is the problem with trying to do it a paragraph at a time. I should probably be doing this a sentence at a time at this rate, but who knows? Who knows? I didn't have lessons on this. I'm winging it. Nordvik. Back when I grew up in rural Minnesota, my mother wanted to keep it. I'm speeding. Back when I grew up in rural Minnesota, my mother wanted to keep in touch with my Scandinavian roots. We haven't lived in the Nordic countries for 3 generations, but there was still a couple of things that stick around. Behavioral quirks mostly, and a couple of traditions that's been with the family for as long as anyone can remember. Okay. We'll fix it in post. Back when Nordvik, is that the VPN? No, that's Nordic. That's Nordic VPN. The actual correct word. Every YouTuber advertises. Do people still advertise Nordic VPN? Okay. If I remember correctly, if I just hit the record button again, it continues from where we left off. Putting porridge out for the forest gnomes was one thing. Mom used to trick me with these dolls that she'd put in the snow and point, saying, "Don't move too fast, you'll scare them." And let's not even talk about dancing around the maypole. That stuff's just embarrassing. Am I too... Oh, what the hell? Hold on, what is that? At zero crossings? No, cancel. I clicked a button. Also, hold on a second. Get that out of here. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay. Next tradition. Enjoy your lurk, Ordain. Ordain didn't do any stabbies. What the hell? Ordain didn't stab anyone. Unless he's gotten good at hiding the people he stabbed. Oh well. All right, chat. Should we pause when we hit a commercial break, or should I just keep trying to record? Like, should I bring up words on stream for y'all? You'll never find them. Listen. If you hit them in my carnival, I will find them. If I don't find them, the carnival will bring them to me. Maybe he didn't stab you. Humph. Humph. Are you bleeding out on the ground, queens? Are you bleeding out on the ground? I think we'll just keep going through the commercial breaks. I think that's what we're going to do today. But the most peculiar tradition is the one about a Midsummer's Night Dream. I know that's a Shakespeare title, but it's also a traditional Scandinavian thing. It goes a little something like this. On the evening of midsummer, you are to collect 7 kinds of wildflowers. Then you bundle them up, put them under your pillow, and if you do, you're supposed to dream of your one true love. Okay. I've got a bunch of holes cartoonishly leaking coffee. Okay. Is it just like, Do you look like a cheese grater? Is that what this is? The ads will not stop the go-round? Correct. Correct. Okay, where are we? Da-da-da-dun. Now, I have set... Oh, shit. Okay. The number is not 7. The number is not 7, like I was about to say. Now, I have 3 sisters. They were all about romance and predestination, and I couldn't have cared less if I wanted to. But every year, they'd walk hand in hand, collecting wildflowers and putting them under their pillows. And since I was too young to wander off on my own, I had to stick around. That is, until they decided it was my turn. Yes, I'm now Swiss Queen. Oh my god. Taking away from the carnival before they kick the buckets. You can't leave. You can't take unconscious guests with you out. You goofball. Grins! It's my birthday. The grass touchers are kidnapping me. Okay, go enjoy touching grass. How was your stream? Did you have a good time? How was web fishing? How was web fishing? It's my birthday and the grass touchers are kidnapping me? Are you going to get drinks? Is that what this is? Are you going to get birthday drinks, Grins? Welcome in, though, Raiders. We're currently working on recording a story. Perchance? Perchance? I heard somebody yesterday say purchase, and now I can't get it out of my head. And now I can't remember who said it. Was it Zavi? I think it was Zavi. I think Zavi was the one who said, purchase. Voice work, awesome. No, it's cringe. It's cringe. Keep your expectations low or I'll get embarrassed. Ah, shit. Okay, hold on. I gotta move. Because I have, like... Part of it is, like, off screen on my end, so I can't see it super well. Okay. It was my oldest sister who made the call. She was 12 and I just turned 7, but she figured the earlier the better. You have to tell us what she looks like, she said. Like if she's tall or thin or fat. I bet she's fat, said my second oldest sister. Statistically, she's Chinese or Indian, said the other. That's where there are the most girls. I'm not gonna do crazy like voice swings. Just because at the beginning here, there's the sisters talk a lot. And then later, it's like very few, like direct talking. So high that they overflow to low. Grins is the goodest birthday boy. I don't know. Is Grins going to behave on his birthday, or are you going to get in trouble? What's the deal, Grins? What trouble are you going to get into? Yes? Uh-huh. What research did they do to say there's more girls in China? There's statistically a higher percentage of women in China than men. Well, It's also just the sheer number of people in those two countries is basically the point that they're getting at. They're kids. They're kids in this. The oldest sibling is 12 and the main character is 7 at this point. So like the two other sisters are between 7 and 12. Thank you, Yanakama. Welcome in. Hero Parker, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, guys. Yeah, no, it's more of these like, these are kids that are like, yeah, I know that like there's a lot of people in these countries. I learned that last week in social studies. Is basically like the kind of energy. I'm in 3rd grade. I took social studies and know that China and India have the largest populations on the planet out of most countries. They're the ones that are like, yeah, it has over 1 billion people in it. And like, wow, 1 billion. But yeah, if y'all didn't know, apparently the like, if you go with like birth rates, the sex ratio of like male to female, ignoring all nuance, is 55% women. 55% women. Because these studies tend to ignore nuance. Keyshawn, there was something I was going to tell you, and now I can't remember what it is. Hold on a second. There was something I was going to tell you, and now I can't remember what it is. Where are you? Let me see. It was a post. It was about a post. Oh my god, Punch Punch Forever has a new episode. Oh shit. Shit. Yeah, I don't know what it was. I don't remember at all what it was. Fuck. I don't remember at all. You're fine, you're not in trouble. Okay. Where were we? We just did the statistically she's Chinese and Indian, said the other. That's where there are most girls. Okay. Okay. I tried to ignore them, but their cackling got on my nerves. They gathered up some silky aster, blue-eyed grass, silverleaf, wild bergamot, blue sunflowers, and ground plum, but couldn't find a 7th one. They looked around but couldn't find one, and I just wanted to go home, so I picked up the first thing I saw, sticking it next... Oh, shit. I'm kind of glad I botched that one because I think I butchered some of the flower names. Let me see here. Okay. Okay. Yeah, sticking it. He didn't stick it next to it. It was sticking out of... I tried to ignore them, but their cackling got on my nerves. They gathered up some silky aster, blue-eyed grass, silverleaf, wild bergamot, blue sunflowers, and ground plum, but couldn't get a 7th one. They looked around, but couldn't find one. I just wanted to go home, so I picked up the first thing I saw sticking out next to a rusted-out barrel. All right. But women. I love when women, listen, it's fine. It's fine. When women, all right. How about this one? I said, holding up a yellow flower with a black spot. That's a black Susan, said my oldest sister. You're gonna marry a Susan, grinned another. Little Susie Woo, gonna love you who, sang the last. Little Susie Woo, gonna love you who. I forgot that part until just now. Oh my goodness. All right. I'm just gonna keep going because we're just gonna say fuck it, get it done, and then Sai will help me like edit it in the future. Sits in the cringe chair. I'm in the cringe chair. I'm in the cringe chair hard, baby. Okay. Where was I? What's wrong, Bob? Women are in fact pretty neat. They're pretty fantastic. Last I checked. Where was I? I rolled my eyes so hard that they almost popped. Okay, that didn't sound right. I put a question mark at the end of the word hard for some reason. I rolled my eyes so hard that they almost popped out of my head as they cackled and teased and pulled my hair up in a bow. They bundled up the wildflowers and made me sleep with them under my pillow. No. I rolled my eyes so hard that they almost... I started too early. Okay. I rolled my eyes so hard that they almost popped out of my head as they cackled and teased, putting my hair up in a bow. They bundled up wildflowers and made me sleep with them under my pillow. The intention at the end was to make it sound like embarrassing, if that makes sense. I didn't notice anything strange at first, just a night like any other. You have such vivid dreams when you're a kid, like everything just happens faster. You even sleep faster. But that was something else entirely. It wasn't just... Hold on. Fuck. Fuck bitches get money. Anyway. I didn't notice anything strange at first, just a night like any other. You have such vivid dreams when you're a kid, like everything just happens faster. You even sleep faster. But there was something else entirely. It wasn't just a dream. It was an experience. And the worst part is, I didn't even remember it. I just remembered it was bad. Really, really bad. It was so bad that I completely blacked out. I don't even remember waking up. I just remember laying in the bathtub, submerged in cold water. Kids are Time Lords confirmed. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. All right. We're finally getting to the fun stuff. I looked up at my 3 sisters. They looked terrified. My throat was hoarse and I was wide awake, but I couldn't even remember going to bed. Does it hurt? My oldest asked. Her voice was different, lower, careful. I shook my head. No, I said, I'm okay. It sounded like it hurt, she continued, like it really hurt. I think it was a bad dream. Was it her? Asked my youngest sister. Did you dream of her? I couldn't tell. It was just a dark space in the back of my mind that made my pulse shiver when I thought about it. And yet, I knew the answer. Yeah, I said. It was Black-Eyed Susan. Yeah, I'm using Audacity. It's the only thing I have. Actually, I probably could have used... Fuck, I probably could have used the audio interface for DaVinci Resolve. Fuck. I always forget that I have that. I always forget that there's like an entirely separate studio in DaVinci. That's for audio. Yeah. I would use Reaper, but I only had the free trial of Reaper and it expired a while ago. Yeah, you can change the color of it. This is like the dark mode. This is the dark mode. It does bother me though that like the lines, like down here where like the scroll bar and stuff is, are, what's the word? No DaVinci. Yeah. I forget how I changed it. I really do. Is it tools? No. I changed it somehow. I don't remember how. I think I had to Google it. DaVinci would probably have been a better option because I'm pretty sure the DaVinci one actually looks better and has macros. But it's fine. All right. Now, I've been teased by my sister. I think this is a spelling error. Hold on a second. It says sister singular in the story, but I think it's supposed to be sisters plural. I think it's supposed to be referring to all sisters. Because in the same sentence, they didn't say the they as in the plural. All right. Now, I've been teased by my sisters my whole life, but they'd never teased me about Black-Eyed Susan. They'd never seen me like that. I'd woken up screaming at the top of my lungs, rolling around on the floor. They thought I was having a seizure. They took me to the bathroom while my mom called an ambulance. I'm going too fast. I'm going way too fast. I'm reading way too fast. Okay. Wambulance. Listen, everybody needs a wambulance on occasion. And this is in a mystical land where this house can afford an ambulance. Also, Vital Ire, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Now, I've been teased by my sisters my whole life, but they never teased me about Black Susan. They'd never seen me like that. I'd woken up screaming at the top of my lungs, rolling around on the floor. They thought I was having a seizure. They took me to the bathroom while Mom called an ambulance. Just make 2 copies, this one and one at speed. Me just like my regular reading speed. Just not been teased by my sister my whole life. Not the mystical land where people can afford an ambulance. Too real? Yeah. Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's totally fine. We didn't talk much about it. They never had me checked for epilepsy, but I was perfectly healthy otherwise. They talked a little about it being some kind of allergic reaction, but I'd never seen a reaction like that. Over time, we came to the unspoken conclusion that those wildflowers gave me the worst nightmare of my life. And in that nightmare, I saw my one true love, Black-Eyed Susan. Okay, hold on. I can do it better. Black-Eyed Susan. Let's do this. Let's do this. And in that nightmare, I saw my one true love, Black-Eyed Susan. Why am I reading? I feel like I'm reading it like I'm like Black Eyed Peas fucking Halloween special. Come get the vegetable plate. Imagine being able to afford an ambulance. Da-na-na. Black-eyed. Yeah, it's black-eyed. It's Black-Eyed Susan. Which I think is an actual flower, isn't it? Hold on. Susan. It is a real flower. It looks like a daisy. Weirdly like a daisy. Like, just think of a fucking a yellow flower that has a singular like little black center. And there you go. It looks like a harmless flower. In one part, I did. I can't risk going back. I can't risk it. I can't risk it. I'll freak out if I have to go back. I may have mumbled the eyed, but I don't think I've skipped the black-eyed part because I know the title is Black-Eyed Susan. Is that Grebos? Are you saying that I skipped the word eyed or is it because I'm emphasizing the word eyed? Gotta redo the whole thing? I can't risk it. I can't risk it. We can't go back. Welcome in, Sarahs. Are you okay? Do you want to talk about it? You all right? Is there a problem? No asterisks for italics? Gotcha. We can never go back. There's no going back or we'll never finish. Because we are barely into this story. All right. No. I wouldn't think much about that night over the years to come. It became this distant memory, like your first cold. But every now and then, particularly around midsummer, I would try to remember what that dream had been like, and something inside me would sink into this bottomless hole in my chest. It teased me. I could concentrate and I'd see it, but I didn't want to. To have forgotten was a blessing, and I knew better than to challenge it. The idea of redoing shit made me do the... Yeah, because of how long it's been taking us to progress through this. Nana, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. It's one of these things that, like, at this point, I kind of just want to get something on the channel, and then we can improve over time with different stories and such. I'd like to do a story at one point where I do get to do from the perspective of an omniscient narrator. But I will have to find something a little bit different, because I think this author does all of his stories from the point of view of a main character. especially because a lot of his stories go on no sleep. So they're always, no sleep is always from the perspective of a person as opposed to a narrated story. But I'm probably also just gonna have to get better at doing this, because these kind of stories that are like, if you've ever seen like horror stories on YouTube and there's something that's like, I'm a park ranger, you shouldn't follow these rules. These are his stories. Those are the same stories. Fuck it, we do it live. It's fine, I'm sure. First person, yes, it's always first person. It's always first person. Almost always. I don't think I found any third person from this author, particularly. I also think that's just like part of the rules with r/no sleep, is that the stories are basically like a reason that you're getting no sleep. So they're usually pretty heinous stuff. There was one I was gonna do that I read that was called I Burned for 16 Days. That was about a guy whose apartment caught fire and he burned in it. But when he was recovering in the hospital, the pharmaceutical company he actually worked for gave him an experimental treatment that was basically like a skin injection of like this black goo that essentially, like, they found out that it was like they made like nanotech, and the goal was that the goo was always going to bring you back to like what prime condition you thought of yourself in. Only for him to find out that at one point, because he had PTSD about being like burning alive, he would think about it way too often. So the nanotech would think that he wanted to be on fire. So it would start setting him on fire spontaneously. And then like part of the story is he's so tired of the pain and the like stress that he could burst into flames at any time that he just goes out into the desert and sets himself on fire, and there's nobody to put him out. So he kind of like slowly goes insane, thinking he's only been doing this for like a couple hours, to the point where he starts to like see and feel this other world of like burning angels, of oil slicked landscapes. And then eventually the rain comes and puts him out, and the nanomachines patch him back up but don't set him on fire. And then he just goes home. He goes home and finds out that he's been gone for like 16 whole days. And then the story ends with him being like, sometimes I wonder if I want to go back to that burning landscape. Oh, it's also, he goes back to the hospital, and the company takes away the gel. They apparently, it's very weird at the end, because they're like, yeah, we just deactivate it. And he like coughs up a metal sphere. And they're like, all right, you're done. You're good. And so at the end, he can't like set himself on fire anymore, but he constantly thinks about it. Yeah, that was the first one I read. But I didn't feel like I could do the like burning scene so well, because in it, he's like, I can't speak. I tried to make sounds. The easiest are vowels, E's and O's mostly. And so like for a good portion of it, it's apparently him like crawling through the desert, just going, ee-ho, ee-ho. And I was like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Where hell literally invades Earth? You mean Doom? I still think one of my favorite like creepypasta tropes is the like, I died and went to heaven, and I had to help make chains to keep God chained to his throne. And like, that's a good trope. I like that trope. I like that trope. Good trope. But they left it in him? Yeah, because he was part of like the study to see if it was gonna work. And it was kind of the only thing keeping him alive. Technically, it kind of made him into like a burning zombie based on like the descriptions they give. That like all of his body fat like boiled away. Organs failed one after the other, but then as soon as the fire was put out, the like gel would immediately encase him and start to fix him back to basically perfect. Like he'd go from being like a complete husk of like a burned corpse to a normal person in like 2 hours, is the way that they kind of picture it. The Museum to Humanity's Final War. Ooh. All right. Fuck, I forget where we were. Hold on. Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much, dude. Why did I hit that so hard? Oh my god. In the beginning. In the beginning. Oh my goodness. No, to have forgotten was a blessing is essentially the part that I read. In the beginning. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's just what I think of. Because I'm a bad influence on myself. Anytime I see in the beginning, I'm always like, in the beginning. That shit doesn't say Wednesday. That said Wednesday. Wednesday. All right. Favorites of the humans are orcs or space orcs, alien creepypasta. Oh yeah, I do like those. I've seen some of those too. Not the Morgan Freeman voice. Are you Morgan Freeman? Why doesn't that feel right? Yeah, that's exactly who I thought it was, but like... I don't know, man. Morgan Freeman... Okay, now it sounds better for some reason. My brain was just like, huh? Huh? Okay. We're just gonna keep going, and I'm gonna let Sai yell at me later about which parts are absolute fucking garbage and I need to redo them. Even though Sai is probably just gonna tell me, redo the whole fucking thing, you stupid bitch. Gordon Freeman? No, I wasn't. It's just for some reason the names Morgan and Freeman didn't sound right. Like I thought his name started with a different, it started with an M, but I couldn't think of what it was. And like the first couple times I said it, it didn't sound real. It's just like, it's like one of those like moments where you're just kind of, that doesn't sound right. That doesn't look like a word. Savior of humanity, Morgan Freeman, the voice of God. True. True. Okay. Hand sewing snaps onto a shirt for a small human, and it's tedious. Listening to Strib is helping me focus so I can finish the job. Hell yeah, Octo. I'm glad I can help. Yeah, I made the mistake of looking at stats yesterday, chat, and the, what's the word? The like impressions and like involvement and people coming in on like just chatting streams compared to like other shit is kind of fucking crazy. Goodness, for some reason. I know Morgan Freeman played God twice and once in a Lego movie. Wait, which Lego movie? Was he God in the like the original Lego movie? The Lego movie? The one with the weird dude and the big hats? Hand snowing snaps. That's impressive. He was the wizard? Was he? Let me see. Morgan Freeman Lego movie. Okay, yeah, he was the wizard. He wasn't God, he was just the wizard. Yeah, he was just the wizard. Okay. Where were we? Okay. But it's a weird headspace to live in, to have concepts such as true love and marriage so closely associated with trauma, especially since all other couples in my life were perfectly fine role models. My mother and father were an extraordinary couple, and while my sisters had some dating life drama, nothing bad ever really happened to them. Do I need to put more oomph into this? I think it's because I'm sitting funny. I'm fucking slouching. I feel like I need to put more into it. Okay. But it's a weird headspace to live in, to have concepts such as true love and marriage so closely associated with trauma, especially since all other couples in my life were perfectly fine role models. My mother and father were an extraordinary couple, and while my sisters had some dating life drama, nothing bad ever really happened to them. He was the voice in Emmett's Vision. Yeah, that's the wizard, wasn't it? It was kind of like a weird, like, Shazam blessing moment to be like, you're the master builder. Barry. Okay. But it's a weird headspace to live in, to have concepts such as true love and marriage so closely associated with trauma, especially since all other couples in my life were perfectly fine role models. My mother and father were an extraordinary couple, and while my sisters had some dating life drama, nothing bad ever really happened to them. Emmett from the Lego Movie? Yeah, isn't Emmett the main character in the Lego Movie? Wasn't his name Emmett? Oh, E-M-M-E-T, just, it's spelled different. It's spelled different. We're not going to talk about Emmett Till. We're not going to talk about Emmett Till, even though every time I hear the name Emmett, I think of it. Okay, where was I? So as I got into my teenage years, I didn't want to chase girls or flirt. I didn't want to fall in love. I joked about it a lot, but the feeling of meeting my one true love felt like throwing my soul down an endless pit. I tried to rationalize it away. It was just a stupid phase, a quirk. It became like a funny... Darn it. Darn it. Okay. I tried to rationalize it away. It was just a stupid phase, a quirk. It became like a funny party story to tell at my late teens. That wasn't right. I tried to rationalize it away. It was just a stupid phase, a quirk. It became like a fun party story to tell in my late teens. It was funny, in a way, saying I used to believe in such things. But there was an asterisk stuck to that story every time I told it. A little white lie. I never stopped believing in it. It started to really bother me when I was about 17. At that point, I'd been in a short relationship, and I'd been in love, but I couldn't stop thinking that it wasn't real. The true love was out there, and that it was terrifying. Something that would make my heart sink in my stomach. So I decided to just bite the bullet and try the whole thing again, to face my fears. So that midsummer, I put together 7 types of wildflowers again, ending with the black-eyed Susan. I think I'm smiling through this too much, that I'm putting like happy curls at the end of sentence, if that makes sense. Night right now with some rain going on outside of Bee Peak. Hell yeah. Should I keep going or should I redo that last little bit? I'm pretty sure this section I started on, it went to really bother me. Okay. We'll keep going. We'll just keep going. As kids, we're very good at handling pain, or at least we're resilient. We have time to heal, but when you're 17, it hits differently. When I went to bed that night, I had cold sweats. I couldn't stop thinking about what was waiting behind my closed eyes. Would there be a reaction at all, or had I wasted all this time being anxious about nothing? I closed my eyes and tried to not think about it. I counted down from 100, then 200. I twisted and turned, trying to get the sweaty covers to stop sticking to my skin. At the slightest stretch, my eyes would pop open. I'd get this ache in my face from trying to keep them closed, but after hours, something clicked. My muscles relaxed, and I caught a whiff of the flowers from under my pillow. And something inside me screamed at me to turn back, to open my eyes, but it was too late. Okay, I did not like that last part. Let me see. I think it was... I don't know what y'all hear. I hear garbage. But, Should I just do that last part or should I do that section again? Yes? Huh? Hi, shotgun. Elaborate. Let me see. Okay. I'm pretty sure I started on the paragraph before this. Did I? Yes, okay. Yeah, we'll redo this one. What I need to do is I keep doing this thing where I'm weirdly trying to puppeteer myself on stream when I'm doing these when I really shouldn't be doing that. All right. I closed my eyes and tried not to think about it. I counted down from 100, then 200. I twisted and turned, trying to get the sweaty covers to stop sticking to my skin. At the slightest stretch, my eyes would pop open. I'd get this ache in my face from trying to keep them closed. But after hours, something clicked. My muscles relaxed, and I caught a whiff of the flowers from under my pillow. Hi, Lundy. How are you doing? Welcome in. And something inside me screamed at me to turn back, to open my eyes, but it was too late. Okay. Also, yeah, the person separated that is one paragraph. That sentence is one paragraph for itself. He has a lot of these one sentence separators that are kind of interesting, but it's fine. It's fine. My power is yours. Oh, thank you for the bits. Holy shit. Welcome in, Lenny. How are you doing? Okay. It felt like looking at the bottom of a pool, but straight ahead, a reflective shimmer, ethereal but physical at the same time. Like a night sky that you can push your hands through. I fumbled with my hands trying to find something to hold on to. There was this swirl in the back of my mind, like having a large drink on an empty stomach. I don't remember that description when I read this before, but that still feels like a weird description. But that's just a writer issue. That's a writer issue. I'm doing all right. I'm totally not sweating buckets. It's fine. It's fine. Something reached for me and touched my fingertips. Something as hard as fingernails. It poked and prodded from different angles. A strange voice seeped through me, neutral, genderless, and with an unusual pronunciation. Where have you been? It asked. I tried to regain my footing, but there was nothing to hold on to, just these protrusions from the dark. Something... Nope. I tried to regain my footing, but there was nothing to hold on to, just these protrusions from the dark. Finally, I felt myself slowing down. A steadiness. Control. Okay. I tried to regain my footing, but there was nothing to hold on to. Just these... Oh, I read that already. I didn't scroll down far enough. There we go. There we go. Something came out of the dark, eyes so black that their head looked hollow against the night. A vaguely human skull connected to an infinite mass, like a broken flower growing out of a cracked concrete, muscle and vein contracting and compounding at every angle, ripples of flesh with every offset heartbeat. It's been so long. Something wrapping around my ankle tightened. Come home. Okay. All right, is this all right? Are we doing fine? Is this okay? How we doing? How we doing? Okay. My eyes snapped open, but I wasn't awake. I could feel her wrapping around my ankle. I pulled away the covers and watched my foot turn blue. It was bending, and I felt nothing. Then the bone snapped. I'd never experienced something like that. I'd never broken a bone. And experiencing a triangular fracture in the confirm as your own... Blah, 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 blah. God damn it. God damn it. Okay. Do it again. Do it again. My eyes snapped open, but I wasn't awake. I could feel her wrapping around my ankle. I pulled away the covers and watched my foot turn blue. It was bending, and I felt nothing. Then the bone snapped. Okay, I wanted to pause it there so that we have a good section. Triamiolar. I also butchered the pronunciation of that word. Triamiolar is the fraction of all three of the bones where your ankle and leg meet breaking. It is possibly the most painful break you can have outside of like your femur. I have auditory processing issues. Yeah. But yeah, just in case you didn't know that. Yeah. Triamiolar is the fracture that just happened. So she basically just snapped his fucking leg. All right. I've never experienced something like that. I've never broken a bone or experienced... Oh, shit. Or experience. That is not actually the word. I've never experienced something like that. I've never broken a bone. And experiencing a triamiolar fracture in the comfort of your own bed is inhuman. It hurts so bad you lose bladder control, and I couldn't do anything but fall out of bed and writhe on the floor. But the pain wouldn't go away. I just screamed. I tried to reach for my phone, but it's like it refused to let me reach it. A neighbor heard me. Help came. It would take time for the leg to heal, but bones mend all the time. But true love doesn't. Okay. Okay. Someone looked up at the technical term for this writing. True. Because I'm trying to remember, but I don't think at any point we find out, like, what if this person has a job or anything. But yeah, sometimes there's those, this is the thing with, like, amateur writers, is there's, like, differing degrees of intelligence when it comes to certain things. The funny thing too is I seeing the discrepancy between this one and the last story I read, the like burning for 16 days one, there was a lot of medical terms in that one too. And the fact they're using the triamiolar term here makes me think that maybe the author is a medical student or a nurse or something. Something like that, I think. Not entirely sure. I pushed the thought of love and marriage out of my life for over a decade. I would shy away from coy smiles and flowery laughter. Some people thought I had a problem with my sexuality. Others thought I was under some kind of religious expression. I tried to explain that relationships just weren't my thing, but it's hard to explain without reason. If I was really pressed about it, I'd say it was childhood trauma. They usually stop the questions. I didn't like that. I didn't like that. I didn't like that. I pushed the thought of love and marriage out of my life for over a decade. I would shy away from coy smiles and flowery laughter. Some people thought I had a problem with my sexuality. Others thought I was under some kind of religious expression. I tried to explain that fuck! Why does it have to be a big paragraph? I'm stubborn. We're doing this. We're doing this. We're doing the whole fucking paragraph. I pushed the thought of marriage in my... Immediately skipped like 2 words. I pushed the thought of love and marriage out of my life for over a decade. I would shy away from coy smiles and flowery laughter. Some people thought I had a problem with my sexuality. Others thought I was under some kind of religious expression. I tried to explain that relationships just weren't my thing, but it's hard to explain without a reason. If I was really pressed about it, I'd say it was childhood trauma. That usually stopped the questions. Did you break your blah again? Blah, blah, blah. Maybe you just really want to explicitly state what broke where? True. Here, let me double check really quick. Triamiolar fracture. Oh yeah, this is the kind of fracture that absolutely requires surgery. It's a type of ankle fracture, but it more breaks the bones that go up, slightly up the leg. Ugh. Ugh. I hate the idea of that. I hate the idea of that. Wigs me out. Wigs me out. Ooh, hate that. All right. All right, all right, all right. So we did the big paragraph. Let me see here. Okay. I'd do this for years, a string of short-term relationships where I kept hoping and praying I wouldn't fall in love. Anything to keep me away from that dark space. I couldn't tell what was going to happen if I met someone who'd make me feel real things. My life isn't so simple. It would take me years, but when I turned 31, I met her. Okay. Lilia hit me like a summer breeze. The first time I talked to her, it was a birthday party, and she was invited by a mutual friend of ours. Lilia had been working overtime and forgotten all about the party, so she joined at the last minute. She showed up in an oversized hoodie and yesterday's jeans, spending most of the night at the snack table looking at her phone. Her enthusiasm... Again! Lilia hit me like a summer's breeze. The first time I talked to her, it was a birthday party, and she was invited by a mutual friend of ours. Lilia had been working overtime and forgotten all about the party, so she joined at the last minute. She showed up in an oversized hoodie and yesterday's jeans, spending most of the night at the snack table looking at her phone. Her enthusiasm started and stopped at bobbing her head to the music. When I saw that we were out of pretzels, I went up to talk to her. My kind of woman. My kind of woman, chat. Listen. Life can begin and end at blue jeans and hoodies, okay? It's fine. Completely close up the neck. Opening is good enough for a preteen. Oh boy. Did you make the shirt yourself, or... I'm curious now. I'm curious, Octo. Did you make the shirt yourself? Did you? Also, I see you, dirty girl, with the Elden Ring super fan badge. Incredible. Who needs fashion when you have jeans and hoodies? It gets the job done and they don't break that easily. At least if you get a good pair of jeans. I've had one pair of jeans and for over 5 years. At least. 5 years at least. And I wear them almost every day I go out. I don't wear them to the gym. I'm not an animal. I wear sports shorts to the gym. I'm an Elden Ring super fan. That's me. Wait, what? Oh, okay. But she stole it? Oh. Jeans and hoodie, old reliable. Hey, I like my crew necks, okay? I like my crew neck sweaters. Just ask Fairbanks. All right. Chat, I think you're gonna like this next little bit of dialogue. Because it's quite funny. Looking for snacks, I asked. Your mom's a snack? She snapped back. All right, yeah, but I was talking about the pretzels. I think I could do that one better. I don't think I toned it properly. Hey, your shoes untied. My kind of woman. Should I redo that one, or was that one fine? Should I redo that one, or was that one fine? Cold wash line driver will keep jeans for a good while. Yep. Waiting. Sweatily waiting, taking sweat off. Yes, what can I do for you? How can I help you? Black jeans, black hoodies will always be my MO unless it's summer, then I perish. Me too. All my t-shirts are black or dark gray. Okay. Hi, croissants. Okay, let's keep going. Unfortunately, chat, that is the only dialogue. That's it. That's where the dialogue for that part ends. She'd looked at me like I'd struck gold. She'd been so hell-bent on the idea that I was coming up to hit on her that it never even crossed her mind that she'd eaten a full bowl of salty pretzels. She snort-laughed, apologized, and I felt my heart skip a beat. I knew it was trouble. I liked her. You'd like her. Black melts you, but it looks so nice. Listen, black is a perfectly acceptable color as long as you're brave and willing to sweat. Which line? The woman snapping back with your mom's a snack. Okay, where were we? There we go. Lilia was a work-from-home back-end developer. She spent most of her days trying to steer her team through rough dead ends, absurd last-minute changes. I forgot the and. Lilia was a work-from-home back-end developer. She spent most of her days trying to steer her team through rough deadlines and absurd last-minute changes. She explained it as trying to teach cats algebra while falling out of an airplane. She cycled through periods of insane stress to weeks of coasting, which she'd made into an absurd routine, clearly something she couldn't keep up forever. We didn't start dating right away. We chatted a bit, found out we had a lot in common. She'd been dating this one guy since she was 14 and had only recently turned single, so she wasn't eager to get back on the market. She didn't mind my vague trauma, just said, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Okay, this is a short one. This is a short one. I just had to make sure that I had actually split the paragraphs. I couldn't remember if I did. Mummy dearest used to fuss at me for wearing only leggings, then only jeans, then only black. It's not a phase, Mom. I've worn anything but black for the last 20 years. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, where were we? There we go. We didn't start dating right away. We chatted a bit, found out we had a lot in common. She'd been dating this one guy since she was 14 years old and had only recently turned single, so she wasn't eager to get back into the market. She didn't mind my vague trauma. She just liked being around me. I think our friends realized we were dating long before Lilia and I did. We spent... Damn it. Damn it. Damn it! I think our friends realized we were dating long before Lilia and I did. We just spent time together until one day we didn't want to stop. I didn't like that pause. That pause was not as good as I was hoping it. I think our friends realized we were dating long before Lilia and I did. We just spent time together until one day when we didn't want it to stop. Okay. Still, I couldn't help but think of Black-Eyed Susan. No matter how soothing Lilia's snores were, I would still lay awake at night. There was a warmth in my chest as I imagined the smell of wildflowers from my pillow, an ache in my leg, where I could touch the scars if I were truly... Hold on. That whole pacing was not good. Still, I couldn't help but think of Black-Eyed Susan. No matter how soothing Lilia's snores were, and I was... Raggle-fraggle. Still, I couldn't help but think of Black-Eyed Susan. No matter how soothing Lilia's snores were, I would still lay awake at night. There was a warmth in my chest as I imagined the smell of wildflowers from my pillow, an ache in my leg where I could touch the scars. If I were to truly fall in love, what would happen? Those nights came more often, from once every 6 months or so to every week. After having dated for about a year, Lilia was eager to help me get over the whole thing. She knew it was trauma. She knew I didn't want to talk about it, but she couldn't let it go. And of course, she couldn't. She was in a loving relationship with a man who couldn't say he loved her, and all she knew was that something had happened. Should I redo that last sentence? I think I should redo that last sentence and change man to woman. Just to not end up with like a weird confusion in terms of like tonage. Should I do that? Or do I leave it? I think I should change it. It should just be this section, which I'm pretty sure starts at she was in a loving relationship. Okay. She was in a loving relationship with a woman who couldn't say she loved her, and all she knew was that something had happened. Did I put say in there? It's fine. Fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. It got to a point where it was driving a wedge between us. She wanted to help, and I wanted her to understand. I could only think of one way to show her. I had to do it again. All right. On Midsummer, we went out. Nope. On Midsummer, we went outside to pick flowers. Lilia was excited, but her smile faded when she felt how serious I was. I did what I'd done every other time. I picked 6 flowers, and a final flower would pop out of nowhere. And of course, it'd be the Black-Eyed Susan. I bundled them all up. I could feel a phantom pain cutting into my leg, which gave me a limp. Okay. Chat, you doing good? Checking in. Sound off. One's in chat if you're alive. Poor girl in a relationship with a guy that Faye married? Yes. Totally. I'm not gonna ruin it. I'm not gonna ruin it. It's a very good story. 69. Hi, Trip. 1. You know what? I can respect that. I can respect that. All right, where were we? So what are these for, she asked. For sleep, I said. And I'm gonna need your help. Okay, this is actually multiple lines of dialogue, so I'm probably gonna pause. I'm probably gonna start and stop over and over. Sure, yeah, whatever you need. If this looks bad, I need you to wake me up. How do I know if it's bad? I shook my head and took her by the hand. You'll know. Okay. I did some preparations. I had gauze and painkillers. Lilia was prepared to call for help if necessary. She still had no idea what was going on, but I could tell she was nervous. Then again, so was I. Problem was, I couldn't sleep. I just laid there and she watched me. After about an hour, she crawled up next to me. She knew something was supposed to happen when I slept. Hold on, that's not right. That's not right. I did some preparations. I had gauze and painkillers. Lilia was prepared to call for help if necessary. She still had no damn it. I keep wanting to say problem. She still had no problem, but it's no idea. If you were still alive, I'm just making sure y'all are still alive. I did some preparations. I had gauze and painkillers. Lilia was prepared to call for help if necessary. She still had no idea what was going on, but I could tell she was nervous. Then again, so was I. Problem was, I couldn't sleep. I just laid there and she watched me. After about an hour, she crawled up next to me. She knew it was something that happened when I slept, but she wanted to calm me down. Okay. I need you to see this, I said. It's okay, she whispered. Go to sleep. Promise you'll keep watch. I promise. I didn't turn my head to look. I trusted her. So I closed my eyes, let my breathing slow, and felt my head fill with the smell of wildflowers. It was like waking up again, a mild tingle covering my body like being draped in spider webs. I blinked and blinked, but it was all black. A long, drawn-out breath echoed like a field of sighing flowers. Beautiful. I didn't like that. I can do that one better. I didn't like that. Beautiful. Okay. A growth coming out of the dark, translucent, like living glass hardening into soft marble. A woman dragging her legs through the night like she was trudging through a swamp. She grabbed me by the hand, pulling me along. It felt like I was carried through a current. I can see the bedroom from above. I lay there and Lilia was sitting next to me. I can't really explain what it felt like, sort of like watching your reflection blink. I could see her struggling to stay awake, nodding on and off. She was trying so hard. Fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we ball. All right. No. Is this what beautiful looks like? Black-eyed Susan. That was not good. That was not good. I don't know why I'm like having these weird like tonal pauses when I say black-eyed Susan. Like I'm fucking Is that what beautiful looks like? Black-eyed Susan asked. I don't even know what you are, I said. Of course you do, she said. I'm your one true love. The words slithered, a drawn-out, poisoned the air. I tried not to look at her. It was like the opposite of staring into the sun. The light in your eyes begin to die, and you can feel yourself grow colder, slower. Hi, Jay. All right, where were we? You can't be, I said. It's impossible. But I am, she said. You love me. She turned her attention to the room hovering in front of us. I could see little tendrils creeping under the furniture, reaching for Lilia and me. Long finger-like limbs and layered scales bending at painful angles. One pulled down her phone, another moved a chair. Two of them struggled to move the bed. What are you doing? I asked. Passing the time. Okay. One of the tendrils closed around my stomach. There was pressure, like someone tightening a belt. It cut into my hips. Before the pain, I could feel a slight pop. If you love me, why are you hurting me? I asked. How else are you going to get used to it? She backed. Hold on, that wasn't good. That was not good. Did I do... This starts at one of the tendrils, doesn't it? Right? I don't know. I'm just gonna check. Okay, yeah, it is. Okay, we'll do that. We'll go back. One of the tendrils closed around my stomach. There was pressure, like someone tightening a belt. It cut into my hips. Before the pain, I could feel a slight pop. All right, we'll stop there so we can do the dialogue. Oh, yeah. I was saying before, I have like this smile when I'm reading things. You know what I mean? So you can hear it. You can hear me when I do like the smile. Did I do it again? Because it's like this moment when I'm like having fun that I make the mistake of smiling, and then like it kind of shifts into the tone of what I'm saying. If you love me, why are you hurting me? I asked. How else are you going to get used to it? She asked back. Get used to what? She turned to me, breath reeking of ammonia with every spit of a word. Us. A hand closed around my neck. It's also when I'm reading the monster lady's like things, I am picturing it as her being like kind of happy in the situation, but in like a morbid eldritch kind of way. But yeah, if at some point I do like a take for a part and it sounds like it doesn't fit, do let me know, Trip. Please let me know. I'm hoping y'all catch me if I make like any kind of major mistakes with recording this. So, you know, as you do. My eyes flung open. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't feel my lungs. I flailed with my arm, reaching for Lilia. She got out of the bed, only to find that her phone was gone. Do I read that in a hurry, or do I go back and slow it down? Welcome back from the ad break, guys. Also, the fishing game is open if you want to do the fishing game. If you win in the fishing game, the top person on the leaderboard gets essentially the perks of a tier 2 or tier 3 sub in the Discord server. So you get previews of anything new and stuff that's coming out. Probably also this. I will probably upload like a preview version of this once it's been like edited and stuff. Hoped of a meeting to ball and chain. Mayhaps. Mayhaps. What's wrong? She asked. What's happening? She had to cover her mouth when she saw my neck. She grabbed my arm, but the moment she did, something took hold of her. In the corner of my eye, I saw her getting pulled into the other room, clawing at the carpet with a terrified shriek. My left arm rose out of the bed as if carried by an unseen string. Two of my fingers popped out of their socket like a painful countdown. I couldn't scream. I could barely think. No oxygen. I don't know why the author wrote it like that, but yeah, it's literally just no oxygen. 2 words. I'm sticking with it though. I don't think it needed the no oxygen. I think the I couldn't scream, I could barely breathe, I could barely think doesn't need like the no oxygen part. Should I just delete that? I kind of want to just delete that. Yeah, we're gonna delete that. I don't like that. It's not spoken per se. It's more like a realization, probably. I don't know. It just doesn't feel right in like the way it's written. Lilia came running back and grabbed me. She pulled my arm and something let go. I fell out of the bed gasping for air. She cradled my head in her arms. I could see color returning to my hands as 2 fingers turned purple. I didn't feel a thing, but I would in a couple seconds. Delete, I agree. Yeah. Hold on, Lilia said. Hold on. Her phone was gone as she bandaged my fingers and tried to keep them straight. I'm sorry, I gasped. I'm so sorry. She just shook her head, trying to process what happened. There were no words. We just stayed there on the floor. But I could see something in the corner of the room. Little quirks and shades. Something was waiting for me to let my guard down. What's hurting you? She asked. What is it? Something broke in me as I swallowed my words, but Lilia deserved the truth. I think she loves me. All right. Over the coming weeks, I tried my best to explain. Lilia was terrified. She'd never seen anything like it, and there was no explanation that could settle her nerves. It's one thing to know someone you care about has trauma, but it's another thing entirely to experience something impossible. That can make or break you. Fuck it, we leave it. But Lilia didn't break. She started asking questions. Why was I targeted? What was this thing? What did it want? But things were getting strange. It's as if thinking about Black-Eyed Susan brought her closer to us in a physical, literal way. Like we were building towards something. I would spot movements in the shadows. I'd notice furniture out of place and hear creaking doors in the middle of the night. And of course, it had to be her. She was playing with me. Black-Eyed Susan in the corner. Listen. Protag shouldn't sleep with those flowers? No. It's worse. It's worse. Lilia would stay up at night reading about various Scandinavian traditions. The cast iron scissors under the pillow. Ah, yes, the pillar. The pillar I sleep on. Lilia would stay up at night reading about various Scandinavian traditions. The cast iron scissors under the pillow, the midsummer pole, the year walk, trolls, elves, dwarves, and gnomes. She gave me lists of things to ask my parents about to see if our family had been targeted by something ancient or evil. Biting my coffee mug in fear, Protag gets Stockholm Syndrome? Nope. Still worse. Still worse. But weeks would come and go, and we wouldn't be anywhere close to an answer, and the shadows would grow longer. Things would start disappearing. And every night when I closed my eyes, I'd catch a whiff of earthy wildflowers. Things would quickly progress beyond tricks and shadows. At one point, I was tripped while walking down a flight of stairs. Another time, something pressed down on the gas pedal, sending me straight through a red light. It's a miracle no one was hurt. What fresh hell is this? We hit the wheel of punishment of I have to live record a story. So we're currently working on it. How are you doing, Sim? Their wedding rings better be steel. Where was I? There we go. Lilia wouldn't go unscathed either. Electronics would break or go missing. Odd sounds would wake her up at night. She told me that sometimes she'd see a silhouette outside the window, as if someone was trying to catch a peek at us. Every time she'd look closer, it would turn out to be fallen leaves or a peculiar branch. It was stressful, but there wasn't really an option. What else could we do but to stick together and love one another? All right. I don't remember the moment we moved in together. It just made sense since we spent all our time together anyway. She just moved more and more of her stuff in, and all of a sudden her place was pretty much empty. So yeah, we lived together. It wasn't really a conscious decision. Lilia had a couple of rough ideas about what that thing might be. She had a binder with ideas ranging from Arthurian mythology to djinn and some kind of Polish bird demon. None of them fit perfectly though, and frankly, it was just an odd thing for all of it to be tied to this one ancient tradition. How could this thing be my true love? What was I missing? Writing on my dark fantasy horror D&D world? Listen, maybe. We figured it had to be something connected to that very first night back when I was a kid, when they had put me in the bathtub to wake me up. For a full year, all we did was try to make it to the next day. It affected pretty much every aspect of our lives. The way we slept at night, the way we cooked, the way we did our laundry. There'd always be something messing up the rhythm of the day. It exhausted us, not just mentally and physically, but socially. We stopped going out. Hell, we barely even talked. Instead, we kept our heads down and tried not to think about it too much, silently hoping for the problem to solve itself as Lilia's binder gathered dust. But once the next midsummer came around, there was a difficult discussion to be had. We can't live like this. She sat down at the kitchen table. The light bulb had burned out somewhere despite only being 2 weeks old. Not somewhere, somehow. We can't keep living like this. She sat down at the kitchen table. The light bulb had burned out somehow despite only being 2 weeks old. I'm sorry, I said. I wouldn't blame you if... I'm not going anywhere, she said. You know that. So, what do we do? She looked around. The kitchen faucet was leaking again. I suppose we ought to try something, she said. You got any suggestions? She could kill us, I said. We can't go there. Maybe we don't have a choice. I just sat there in the dark, counting the seconds. She was right, of course, but that didn't mean I had to like it. Yeah, because that's healthy? Nah, it's totally fine. Don't worry about it. All right. Da-da-da-da. As midsummer came, we decided we would do this together. We got a single large pillow and gathered the flowers together. We didn't say a word. We just walked among the wildflowers as a low rumble lingered on the horizon, a damp taste in the air as the storm brewed. But to me, all I could see was the woman I loved and how she carefully brushed her hands against the tall grass. Even now, she could find something to appreciate. Tradition, ritual, and myth be damned. At this moment, there wasn't a force in the world that can convince me that she was anything but my actual true love. We rounded out our wildflowers with the black-eyed Susan. It was hidden next to a rusted-out barrel, as if trying its best to hide. But like every other year I'd done this, I'd find one. And with all 7 wildflowers in hand, we bundled them up and wandered home, hand in hand. We hugged each other tight as we went to bed. Some way, somehow, we would make it through the night. We had to. When I opened my eyes, bleh, 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 bleh. Okay. When I opened my eyes, something felt different. I thought I was standing in sand, but it was more like a fine concrete dust. The moon covered most of the night sky, but I couldn't see any stars. There were black trees in the distance, leafless, skeletonized by years of thirst. Along the horizon was a single large tree, tall enough to almost reach the moon itself, an apocalyptic vision, if anything. Who are you? A melodic voice, kind but unsure, turned around. Lilia? My first thought was that she looked taller, but that wasn't it. She was the same as always. It was me that'd gotten shorter. My hands were smaller. I looked down at the 7-year-old version of myself, still dressed in my most comfortable childhood jammies. Lilia didn't really sound any different, but a child's ears hear things in other ways. She had the most beautiful voice. It's me, I said. Somehow? You're really cute, she smiled, but I don't get it. I don't either. Maybe we're not supposed to? Maybe. We wandered down a trail hands in hand. There was no one around, no wind blowing through dead plains, no birds in the sky, no chirping cicadas, and no rustling leaves, just feet on dust. Hi, Ravku, how are you doing? All right, running up the Waterville, nothing was going to separate, especially not these flowers that I keep bringing to bed with us. Okay, where was I? Okay, I did the feet on dust. There's no one here, I said. This can't be it. Did we do it wrong, she asked. I don't think so. She's usually here by now. Lilia blinked, looking around. Then something dark settled over her eyes. What if she is? She let go of me and brushed her arms up and down in a self-hug, something she usually did when stressed. We wandered around for what felt like hours. Nothing happened. No one came to disturb us. It was just her, me, and nothingness. No black-eyed Susan and nothing to tear us apart. Does this mean you're my true love? She asked. I mean, I am dreaming of you. That would make you mine too, I smiled. I think that was Oh, damn it. Damn it. I should have been pausing the dialogue parts. Okay. We wandered around for what felt like hours. Nothing happened. No one came to disturb us. It was just her, me, and nothingness. No black-eyed Susan and nothing to tear us apart. Okay. Does this mean you're my true love? She asked. I mean, I am dreaming of you. That would make you mine too, I smiled. I thought that was... Damn it. Son of a fuck. Son of a fuck. Okay, this is fine. This is fine, because I know this is the part. I thought that was occupied. I thought so too. But there was no one there to challenge the claim. We just smiled at one another. That had to be it. Despite it all, something good had come out of this. Okay. But no matter where we went or for how long, nothing happened. We started to worry. We weren't waking up. We didn't get hungry or thirsty or tired. It was just this complete stage of emptiness. We would walk down forgotten paths for what felt like hours, strolling past sand-burnt concrete ruins. I'm gonna redo that one because I did not like the ending I just put on that. I went tone on it. I went tone flat on it. Let's get some water. Okay. I didn't realize you were in the 5th spot already. I mean, it is still like the first third of the month. So it's pretty easy to be towards the top of the leaderboard right now because not everybody does the fishing. All right. Where was it? But no matter where we went or for how long, nothing happened. We started to worry. We weren't waking up. We didn't get hungry or thirsty or tired. It was just this complete stage of emptiness. We had walked down forgotten paths for what felt like hours, strolling past sand-burnt concrete ruins. I mean, yeah, but it's still there. And if you're regular, you know it's there. Okay. I don't know how much time passed. It might have been days. It might have been months. It was impossible to tell. And Lilia always had this amazing ability to make every moment pass by in a flash. So it was impossible not to love. Even then, and even there, we'd make jokes and laugh. Though I couldn't get over the feeling of being stuck in my younger self. You don't realize how much you've changed until you step back into old shoes like that. Then I noticed something. A flicker of yellow. Right there, behind a rusted-out barrel, was a black-eyed Susan, the same yellow flower I'd found on that fateful midsummer night as a kid. I don't know how I recognized it, but I did. It was the same flower. It had to be. I picked it up and showed it to Lilia. Strange, huh? I said. Only one of these I've seen around. I wonder what it does, she said. You think it means... Her voice was cut out. The light warped in front of me, blurring like I was watching through a thin layer of rushing water. I could feel a tingle in my eyes. Lilia looked different, further away. Don't go, she called out. What are you doing? I'm not. I just picked this up. I held it out and dropped it, giving her one last flower. We drifted apart. Something shifted. My head rolled back and I felt this intense heat settling in my head. Then a coolness. Someone trying to lower my temperature. Young voices, terrified. Lilia drifting further away, screaming at me to stay with her. Her voice goes from beautiful to desperate to something else. She would scream how much she loved me and then scream at how much she hated me. I would leave her in that place for what would equate to eternities. For her to twist and turn into a place where she'd been nothing but her thoughts and regrets, where a starless sky would seep into her, whispering things to her. Ways she would play whenever I returned, her head spinning with tales of jinn and mares and demons. It would just be seconds passing as I felt her disappear, but in those seconds, there would be eons. Long enough for a body to forget what humans look like, for a mind to forget what love is supposed to be, for a word or a phrase to change. True love. An ammonia-reeking scream reflected off of fractured space as she reached for me, trying to pull me back through the breaking light. A hand so warm that it burned my face. How could I be so cruel as to leave her for endless time to suffer? How could I be so selfish? Black-eyed Susan, Lilia, my one true love. Then I woke up. My head burst through the water as I looked up at my three sisters. I was 7 years old and still in my jammies, submerged in a bathtub of child... Son of a bitch. All right. I was 7 years old and still in my jammies, submerged in a bathtub of my childhood home. And as healthy young minds do, my memories healed themselves, sealing away a trauma for me to uncover years down the line. Life would turn out the same way. Awkward teenage years, short relationships, and I'd come back to that broken place time and time again. She would play her games, remind me of the betrayal she felt, and I wouldn't understand. That is, until one night when I woke up alone. We'd gone to bed together, but only one had made it back. I'd lived a life twice, and I hadn't even realized it. I stumbled into the shower, set it to cold, and collapsed. I could just think of one thing to say. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Another view of the world from behind a shimmer, be it warm tears or running water. Today, I'm 47, never married, no serious dating. I go back to Lilia every year, hoping I can find something to remind her of what she used to be. I've tried bringing things along, something to bring her back with me. I've yet to find anything useful. It doesn't work like that. Have fun with the horror? Listen, it's fine. It's fine. Sometimes I try to stay a little longer, but the pain is unbearable. I suspect one day she'll kill me, and I won't come back. I suppose that's the only way this can end. I try not to think about it, but when I do, I try to convince myself that I will end up the same way as her. Maybe we can find solace in our madness. Maybe we'll live together in a paradise of dust and strange moons. I don't know. I don't think that an old tradition just shows you true love. I think it'll take you to a place where you can meet, but perhaps that place isn't what it used to be. Maybe there used to be more flowers and dancing. I asked my sisters about what they'd seen the times they've done this. All they tell me about is handsome men and blue skies. I guess we don't all go to the same place. After all, true love isn't the same for everyone. If there truly is someone for everyone, well, then we must face some hard facts. They could live across the world. They could have passed away, or maybe that's just not what you expected. But the older I get, the less I worry. Maybe I'll wake up in that bathtub a third time, years from now. If not, then at least I got to see her again. There must be something of Lilia left in Black-Eyed Susan. There has to be. Or else she wouldn't still be my one true love. All right, that's it. That's it. That's the end. Just keep stealing girlfriends? No. Lilia is Black-Eyed Susan. Let me make sure I save this. What the fuck? Downloads. I'm gonna save it as an Audacity thing. It's just gonna be called Black-Eyed Susan. Black-Eyed Susan, I'm gonna mark it raw, since it's just the raw audio. Okay. Okily dokily. Done and done, baby. Get that shit out of here. All right. How much time did that take? No, it only took about an hour. Well, it took like an hour and a half because I think we went through 2 commercial breaks while we were here. Actually, I went full chat. All right, now I can sit goofily in my chair like the average bisexual. All right. So that's something I'm going to have to slap Sai with a fucking baseball bat and see if I can get her to edit it, because I will shoot myself in the head if I have to edit it. That was definitely different. I had a feeling, but it was interesting. Well, thank you. We may do more of it in the future, especially with analytically, games haven't been doing so well. So I don't know how much we're going to be playing games in the future on the channel. They may just end up turning into something I do in like the Discord, and I record it and then I make a video out of it, is hopefully the goal. Hopefully the goal. Which part was different? Different from the stream? I think, aren't you new, Lenny? You just got here today, right? See, I told you the games were going away. They may. But I would really like to avoid doing it. We'll still play games that are like crazy ones that are basically just like, I gotta play this shit. So like Bloodlines 2. We're playing Bloodlines 2, nerds. If Cyberpunk drops the new content patch, we'll play Cyberpunk. Both. Let's Plays have been doing not great for a long time. But even then, here on Twitch. Finally decided to join your chat. Well, hell yeah, Lenny. Welcome in. It's only a matter of time. The tales have told this for eons. I mean, yeah, like fucking Let's Plays have never been popular. Well, they were popular for a while. But with like very specific people. Like the only people that can kind of get away with doing Let's Plays are like Markiplier. That's it. That's where the list ends. Died during streaming on Twitch just means a super long stream. I also just meant as like people who do like series where they play like an entire game and cut it into a bunch of little videos. Those haven't done well since like fucking 2013. It's just shifting again. It's all true. It's even then, when it comes to games, what I wanted to do for the videos is I wanted to do like lore explained or like deeper meanings in the games and stuff like that. Like I think the best example that I'm probably not gonna do a video on this game because I don't want to play through the whole thing again. Soma, a horror game that is so much more than just its shallow level horror game at the bottom of the ocean. It has like this whole fucking like, what is consciousness? What is the ethicity of like copying consciousnesses? Kind of felt off from watching them. I don't really watch Markiplier. I haven't watched Markiplier in years, but I do like seeing that he's doing all right and that he's doing more things. I think right now he's trying to progress from being on YouTube to actually being able to be like a director. All right, chat. Do we want to do some food videos today? More consciousnesses. I'm just going to copy myself. There's going to be 16 bees running around. All right, do we want to do food stuff? We can do food stuff. Chugga Conroy? I have no idea who that is. No idea who Chugga Conroy is. Never heard of them. I know Badlands Chugs. Badlands Chugs is pretty cool. All right. So I actually have a video already open that I opened much earlier in the stream because I thought it looked neat. It's a French patisserie. Chat. Do you wanna watch a French patisserie? Faye, do you want to watch a French patisserie? They're apparently also going to make Parisian flan in it. It's the French, chat. The French are here. Or Does it mean we all get our own personal errands? No, I'm not making that many. Although you can all have your own eyes. Or what? That's totally fine. Enjoy your relaxation. Make sure you eat something delicious. The French? Yes, the French. Or is that what you call a fruity French person? I wonder. Okay. We're bringing the screen back, chat. Screen's coming back, baby. Oh, I can get rid of the glasses now. I'm not reading anymore. Okay. Oh, why did you play? I just clicked full screen and the video started playing for some reason. Weird. All right, I'm gonna move the fishing game back to where it needs to go. And make it invisible again. And then I need to change this. Oh! Oh, that's right. That's because I increased the size of the window capture for Audacity. We good? Okay, that's fine. All right, get out of here, Motley Crue. Oh, wait, no, that's not Motley Crue. That's Aerosmith. French! You don't understand French. Okay, I have captions on, so maybe there'll be English captions. Wait, these are already done? Where are they? I need to know. They look awesome. Hi, Simon. The French you. All right, do we have any French people here? I know we have a lot of Europeans. I know we have a lot of Europeans now. Oh, that reminds me. I think I looked at the statistics for like countries of origin. Chocolate? For my stats. And we're basically up to, it's something like, I think it was like 35% American, 34% European, and then the rest were just others. Were like more specific countries. Which was very interesting. They're remelting old chocolate to make something. Okay. Oh, we're making rings. It's not that unusual for a streamer to have like huge chunks from the same area, mainly because like, you know, time zone shenanigans. Before my like European split used to be like single digit. It used to be single digit. What do you mean 7 times French? I don't think I can handle 2 times French. Okay, that's a pretty cool mixer. No, wait, go back to the mixer. I want to look at that mixer. That thing look cool. Egg, sugar. Are we making meringue? Flour. Batter. Oh, is this the flan? So before when there was butter, and it looks like now there's like milk in there. So I think this is the flan. Or pudding. Okay. Okay. Chef Mick putting on the work. Chef Mick. Croissants. Are they? Hold on. Hold on. Motherfucker, are you using a spray painter to butter your croissants? That's insanity. That's insanity. That does not feel like a French thing to do. That feels like a redneck thing to do. I like that the boxes over here also look like somebody's like reusing boxes for like hardware stuff. Insane. Insane. Although I guess that does mean you get like a perfect light misting of butter over everything. Wait, no, where's the egg wash? I think they're spraying egg wash. I think you're right, Stevie. I think it was eggs that he mixed and put in there. Guys, you're overthinking this. Just get out the brush, dude. Actually, it may be a better idea because then you're not applying pressure to the croissants, so they stay light and flaky. Never mind, this may actually be genius. You can't do it with a hand spray painter, so of course you gotta get the industrial shit. I wonder how much damage, though that puts on the painter. Oh? That looks like cured meats of some kind, but I'm sure it's just like cut like strawberry puree or something. I was kind of hoping this video was going to be like making some of these from start to finish, but we're really just jumping around in the creative process. I don't like it. Man stopped cooking with Crisco and started using nuclear fusion. Damn, those are good looking fucking croissants, dude. Jesus. I've never had a croissant that looked like that. Hey, is there a bakery where we can get like really cool puff pastries? Oh my God, the square ones. Okay. Some kind of cream. Oh, okay, yeah, we really are just jumping back and forth on the making of some of these desserts. Why those croissants got eyes? Those were like raisins or something that were in them. Oh, we saw them when he was spraying the egg wash on him. Yes. Oh. Ooh. Interesting method. I like it though. What are these? I think those are barber scissors too. They're using barber scissors to get these perfect little snips. Just straight up sugar. Okay. Oh, you missed. It's hanging for its life, sir. Oh, not the gold leaf, dude. Fuck off. Fuck off, bud. I don't want your $3 markup for gold leaf. Oh. Oh, that bougie. All right, chat. How much do you think a croissant here costs? And hot chocolate is what there are? Oh. Apple slices! Sir, you're stressing me out going fast on the Julian board. Like, I'm sure you know what you're doing, but it really stresses me out. Julian boards? I've sliced myself on a Julian board before, and nearly every person I know that has ever had to use a Julian board has at least sliced themselves once. So I'm always like really careful when using a Julian board. 18 pounds? I can see it. I can see that. Yeah, that sounds about right. If it's outside the US, like $8. Okay, maybe. You do make an excellent point. But this place also has marble floors. So, you know, we making a tart, baby? Ooh. Okay, those croissants look fucking phenomenal, guys. I feel like I really need a croissant. Okay. Oh, that looks actually kind of neat. Looks kind of like a pretzel bread. Oh, fuck. The $15, that's 65. Shit. Oh, man. The syringe of, like, maybe, like, an apple cider or something on that one pastry is kind of interesting. More tarts. Holy shit. Another holy shit. Crispy. In Italy with marble floors, that doesn't change much. I think technically you're right. I think the McDonald's on Times Square in New York had marble floors when I went there. Customer will eat it, but in fact it will not be balanced. Oh yes, balance. What was he just doing to the nuts in that container? Huh? Souffles? seem like some kind of souffles, but cream. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Do to a dollop. Okay. What do you use to cover them when you flip them back over? Oh.
Chocolat framboise et framboise séchée.
Ooh.
Crémeux citron avec un zeste de citron vert.
Oh, fuck. Put it in my mouth, dude.
De monchou.
Never mind. I'm sold. I'm all yours, buddy. Granted, it's interesting to make a souffle, then cut it open, and then shove something inside of it. Insert donut gif here. Which donut gif? The, like, spinning 3D donut? Hi, Ren. Ren, I realized today this model can't look down. Why can't this model look down? I realized it when I was trying to take a picture this morning of making it look like the model was like reading a book or something, but when I look down, it closes its eyes. Calibration call later. Oh. Oh. To the bright future, Ayo. Maybe. But I have to be able to look down as a ringleader. I have to prove I am superior by looking down upon people. Looking down my nose. I have to like look up to do it. I have to do like the whole head turn just. Is this the egg wash again? Yo, we bacon? We bacon? Tara, welcome in. How was your stream? Did you have a good time? Oh. Oh. Oh, we making spaces again? Chocolate. Ooh. So you were violating that pastry. Oh, it looks really good. Even though it looks like it has a bowl cut. Oh, what is this? Some kind of wafer? It weirdly looks almost like a rice wafer. Oh, it is a base for a type of cake. Mm-hmm. Give me it all. Welcome in, Tara. How was your stream? What were you just chatting about? What shenanigans were you up to? What trouble did you get into? Okay, caramel chocolate. Of course, it has to be purty. Gotta make it purty. Okay. What is this? What is this pastry called? It seems like it's almost entirely cream, so I'm not exactly excited for this. For that one. Ooh. Okay, are you bread or do you have something inside of you? Ooh, the sizzle. Give me that good. Hi, cool. What are you up to? This is a very interesting shape for a pastry. It's a butterfly, I think. Oh, chocolate. More chocolate. Hey, yo, we making better Snickers? That is not a dick vein. That is a that is not a Snickers vein. That is a Snickers fucking gold deposit. And then they make them bronze, whatever you want to call it. What the fuck? What the fuck? Sir, why? Because they gotta be bougie. It's a French patisserie. They gotta be that bougie. Okay, going in the... I can't tell if that's a fridge or not. There were drinks at the bottom and there were other like chocolate tip things. Maybe it's more of just like something that keeps it slightly below room temperature. You're welcome. I'm over here making myself hungry while I can't afford to go out to eat today. So I'm gonna have to figure out whatever heinous canned goods are in the pantry today to figure out what to eat. Nuts? Macadamia nuts, I think. Oh no, why are we... What are we heating the bowl for? Usually it's to make something that's really cold so that it like runs and mixes far better. But we didn't get to see what was in there. We just got the random torch. Who edited this shit? There is a, what do you call it? Like a croissant donut place in town. I've only been to it once, and I haven't been to it since I, like, moved back. Ooh. Boy, I can't wait to bite into that thing and all the cream just goes splattering everywhere. Just demolishing a jar of peanut butter at home. I already ate all my peanut butter. I ate all my peanut butter days ago. No more peanut butter. There's this donut truck out in Austin, biggest donuts I ever seen. Is it not Round Rock Donuts? I know Round Rock Donuts heading towards Austin has like a Dino Donuts. Here, hold on real quick. Let me see if I can find it really quick. The reason I mainly know about it is because it was on like Round Rock Dino Donuts. Donuts, Round Rock Donuts, store hours, no. Menu. Here it is. There it is. The Texas-sized donut. That shit is huge. But yeah, Round Rock Donuts. Those aren't kolaches. I will fight you on that one. I'll fight you on that one. But yeah, that's the Texas-sized donut. Food. Now I'm hungry. I'm hungry too. Cake donuts. I love cake donuts, chat. I'm sorry. One of my favorite donuts is the like blueberry cake donuts. So the second largest donut in the display. Usually it's the largest. And I think usually you have to like order them ahead of time. Why does that just look like a giant gummy bear covered in chocolate? I don't know why. I see like a crummy, I see kind of a shitty Haribo gummy bear, but it's covered in chocolate. Oh. Ah, sugar dip. Whipped cream. Oh, that's the big cake that we saw before. Oh, interesting tip. Midwest before, correct. Thoughts on Casey's Cake Donuts? Never been to the Midwest. I've driven through the Midwest. Never stopped. Never stopped. Can't risk it. Can't risk it. The cops will find me. Can't stop. They'll get suspicious. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm the biggest state rivalry between Texas and Alaska. Whoever cares about that has got to get a better personality, dude. Alastair Trammell, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. And then I think these little chocolate pieces that like have the logo, I think it's the shop's logo. Lime zest, okay. So it's kind of like a citrus tart. Ooh. All right, we making dough for croissants? Because it looks like we're folding butter into dough. Do it again. Fold it again. Crush it again. Is the marshmallow bear covered in chocolate so you're half right? Ah, that'll do. That'll do. That's it. I'm ordering eclairs. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn you, you and your rich Brazilian. What happened in the Midwest, Marin? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You don't need to worry about the crimes. Came back, taking comfort in the bakery. You earned it? Yes. Yes, I did. Yes, so we ended up finishing it. And I'm gonna bother the shit out of Sai to see if I can pay her later to edit it. Because if I have to edit it, I will throw myself off a fucking cliff. I will. It will happen. Me about to pay Sai to do the hardest work for the video. Hey Sai, will you get like the sound effects and like music and stuff for this since I recorded it and then I can pay you later? Can I care about the brulee though? Yes, you can care about the brulee. Although I don't think we've had... I don't think there's been any brulee yet. Croissant. Croissant. I wonder what the snips were for earlier. A croissant. It's fine. I still don't know why it feels like this fucking video is going in reverse. Who edited this video needs to be beat with a baseball bat. Oh, that is a big croissant up there. Holy shit. Croissant. The jello salad, that's why you're wanted in the Midwest. Shit, fine. There may be a little more than that. But yes, that was one of the reasons. Yes. Your super spiffy, super fancy, perfectly measured roller things that you proceed to put waves into for some reason. I saw that shimmy. I saw that fucking shimmy. You're using one knife to mark for the other knife? Okay. It's a method, I suppose. Maybe the large knife just doesn't do a good enough job. Also, all the KitchenAids. All the KitchenAids in the world. Now I got La Poison Steve in my head. I have no idea what that is. I see people talk about it. I have no idea what it is. Oh, this is what was sticking out of those pastries earlier that we thought were eyes. They're bars of chocolate. Or wafers? I think they're wafer cookies with chocolate on them. We making crust, dude? We making pie crust? Tart dough? Ooh, the satisfying little metal on metal. Okay. Okay, now we're pressing it. Chocolate! Vanilla beans! Making vanilla... Oh, we're making vanilla flan. Okay. The immersion blender. One of the new modern instruments in the kitchen that I have yet to get. Maybe someday. We'll probably get one for the new place. Me and Faye are probably... Oh, why are we heating the knife? Oh. Oh, so that it cuts through the sugar and everything and doesn't just shatter it. That looks fucking awesome, dude. Oh yeah, that's how you eat that. That's exactly how you eat that. Puerto Rican salsa in backyard intensifies. No, my fucking croissant, dude. Jesus, the puff, baby, the puff. Oh, I want a croissant like that someday. I want to try a croissant like that. I've never had like a real croissant. I've never had a croissant at a restaurant. I've only ever had like Pillsbury that like your family makes. People, y'all know that, right? Fellow Americans know that, right? You know what I'm talking about. I'm surprised that the cream on top of that cookie that we saw earlier melted. I guess they baked it and I didn't realize it. Huh. A day spent in a micro bakery. Okay, maybe. Maybe. Or what is this? Making blue cakes at a little cake shop. I want to be a croissant one day. Be a croissant. Soft croissants better than crunchy croissants. I don't know. I don't know. I've only had the Pillsbury croissants in my life. Immersion blenders, fuck. Perfect for soups without the mess of transferring into an actual blender. True. I do have a food processor though. I had a very good food processor. I think I'm just gonna have to give up though on like all of my kitchen utensils and shipping those, just because it's not gonna be worth it. It's literally gonna cost more to ship them than they're fucking worth. So, you know. But Japanese pastry shop? Japanese pastry shop. Hold on, real quick. Watch later. Okay, Katsudan. I have this one. That's rice balls. It's a rice ball restaurant. Or we can keep going with sweets. Oh wow, I really haven't cleared this thing out. Yeah, the insane story of Domino's Pizza. I forgot all the weird shit I had saved in here. Bring it back home and reheat in the microwave for 10 seconds to get the soft inside, crunchy outside. That makes sense. All right. Bread? Chat, bread? Is it time for bread? Yeah, I think we're doing bread. It's definitely bread time, baby. Put it in my mouth. Margot. Oh. Oh, okay. Of course, the French bakery has French fly doors. Oh, I love that mug. She's so goofy. It's so weird to her probably having a person with a camera pointed at her. I saw the smile on her face perk up when she like looked at the camera and then opened the closet. Oh. What are these? What are these? What do we have here? Was this bread rising overnight? The goofy little smile. See, this is about the size of a place that I would like to have someday. If I could start a business, like this is probably about the size that I would want. Ooh, okay. Yeah, so these are all pre-proofed. And it looked like it was in a closet, I suppose. Very simplistic, nothing over the top, it looks like. That's also that's a pretty spiffy fucking... Look at that. That's such a cool way to open and close the oven. Weird things to say, but I wish there was scented candles made to smell like bread. I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are. Hi, Isdal. How are you doing? I bought those breakfast corn dogs with the sausage in them. I found blueberry ones, air fried them for 14 minutes. Tasty. I've seen those in my school, my like primary school when I was in school. Used to have those. But I don't. I've never had them. Because I think they're weird. If you've ever seen one of the... Here. I'm going to show this because we have so many like non-Americans here. Breakfast corn dogs. Like there's this. And of course there's people like making them. But yeah, there's also, you can kind of see it here. There's the blueberry ones. These feel like these Jimmy Dean breakfast things. Hold on. Jimmy Dean breakfast. Fucking anything, dude. Like, these are so sad, dude. I don't know why, for whatever reason, I see Jimmy Dean, like freezer breakfast meals as just some sort of like epitome of frozen meals that's preserved for the sole fact of making you like potentially have something good. But there's so much preservatives in these things that I would rather just pick something up. Anyway, that's my micro rant on freezer foods for a second. Try to get away from freezer foods if you can, people. There's so much fucking artificial preservative shit in freezer foods. Is that I still can't tell if that's a plastic scalpel she's using or if it's something else. Way too much grease to start the morning? Yep. That is the weird thing with some American breakfast foods, things like sausages and stuff. But it kind of makes sense, but you're usually expected not to eat like sausage, potatoes, and that's like it. You're usually the meals that like the idea of an American sausage breakfast typically comes with like a lot of mixtures of foods from different groups. So sausages, eggs for like protein, for pretty clean protein, potatoes for starches and such to keep you full. And then usually you throw in fruit. Yeah, you throw in fruit. Or if you're having like roasted potatoes. Also, give me a second. I need to get some things changed over really quick and have Words on Stream open for you. There it is. There she be. Okay. Before I forget, because we got like 10 seconds. We got 10 seconds. Okay. I will leave this up while we take a break. I don't usually get a lot of freezer meals, but I did also get bagels, cream cheese, and stuff to make egg bites. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But let me get the music. The words! iPad time. I'm getting it because I have to run to the bathroom. I have not gone to the bathroom since we started stream. So we're going to take a brief break to hit the bathroom. And then I can come back and rant about you should try to get as much fresh fruit as possible because the United States FDA is essentially going out of business. Cool, I guess. So, you know, start a garden, buy some chickens, do the whole shebang. I'll be back in a minute. Did y'all fail? Chat, what the fuck? Why did you fail? What happens? How could you? How could this happen? Sunstar and Lunny are the only ones playing. Chat, how could you? You're disappointing me, chat. How could you? I wasn't there. I mean, your name's there. You did race. Race was the word that you got. I was gonna say, do you think they're counting carpe? As in carpe diem? Okay. But yeah, chat. Everybody should start a garden. Start a garden. Soon. Like ASAP if you live in America. Like ASA fucking P, maintain it. Plant things progressively throughout the seasons. I highly recommend it. If you live in an apartment or a place where you don't have land, make like a windowsill garden or get a kitchen garden. Start figuring out how to make like a little garden like on top of a counter space that you don't use 100% of the time. You got it, guys. You got it. It's going to be so bad. It's going to be so bad when they gut the FDA. I say wind as if they already hadn't started, but you know. Yeah, Dirty, it's the opening theme to Dead Man Wonderland. Now reminders that my vocabulary fell off after primary school. No, I am. You're supposed to keep learning. You're supposed to keep learning. Peppers in window pots, but the saplings keep dying and I'm trying to figure out why. Are they getting direct sunlight? And what kind of water are you feeding them? Do you fertilize them? Okay. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. No more music. Back to bread, dude. It's time to watch fresh food being made. Also, I recommend learning how to make breads too, because US breads are so extremely high in sugar. Like ridiculously high in sugar. That if you try to make your own bread, if you like to say like, I'm gonna make my own white bread so that I can make sandwiches and stuff for it, it'll taste nearly completely different from buying like nature's own. My dad fertilizes plants using fish. That's not a bad idea. And if you have a hobby of fishing, that's a good use of like the little fish that you may catch. You can keep them and then bury them in the pot. So yeah, soil aeration is very important too. You don't want the soil you bury the seeds in to be like packed. You don't need to like pat it down, if that makes sense. Just flour the weight. Don't forget to tear it. Poppy seed? Dream a little dream. Michael Bublé? I swear that's Michael Bublé. Go and dig them up for a snack. I mean, it just depends. You gotta teach them. You just gotta teach them. Cats and dogs are highly intelligent and easily trainable, guys. No dog is just flat out stupid. Coco's stupid, but she's smart at the same time. She's clever. She's my clever little idiot. She's a perfect dog. She looks so goofy all the time, but she's probably one of the most perfect dogs I've ever had. Oh, ooh, what are we dusting? What are we dusting with? Oh, sesame seeds. Okay, are we gonna dust the poppy seed bread with more poppy seeds? Or black sesame? It's more poppy seeds. She's just a baby. Yeah, she's just a baby. She's my little puppo. She was scared of the thunderstorm this morning. She did not like the thunderstorm this morning. Oh, don't throw Coco under the bus. Marshmallow little idiot. It's really fascinating because you use your plants as a filtration system and the fish provide nitrates and minerals to the plants. Correct. I actually worked on essentially producing a hydroponic system for the university I went to. We were taking it was our botany class. It was the first botany class I took. And our responsibility, because they had a greenhouse attached to the botany lab that we were in. And it had apparently been used for storage for a long time, and they hadn't used it as a greenhouse for years. And our responsibility, and it ended up being like our whole like semester-long project, was we cleaned out the entire place and we turned it into a hydroponics facility, basically, like a mini hydroponics. It'd be like, it's like baby's first hydroponics. So it was made out of like shit that you can make and get at a hardware store. It was very fun though. It was very cool to get and slowly understand the overarching mechanisms necessary for hydroponics. The thing is though, is it doesn't work for most plants. What we did is I think we mostly did it with like lettuce. Yeah, like you can't do root vegetables with it. But we did it with like lettuce and we had salads at the end of the year. It was great. It was great. But yeah, right now hydroponics is a little hard. Unless you have a lot of space where you live, if you want to make one, but you also technically have to make an aquarium underneath it. Botany is very cool. But if you're very much like an animal kind of person, botany is very boring at the same time. Learning every type of like plant and stuff is so... Oh, just fucking kill me. Vascular, non-vascular. And then the very next year I had to take marine botany, which is very interesting because we went out onto the lagoon where my university was, and we had to pick samples of you would probably call them succulents if you wanted to, but they were more salt marsh and marine plants that can survive for long periods out of the water while also underwater. So they had like very large bulbous leaves. That is a big loaf, my dude. It's a good looking loaf though. That is a sexy loaf. Whittle Crispy. I like it, a Whittle Crispy. Okay, we got cheeses, meats. Okay, so she does sandwiches. Full on sandwiches. Okay. Okay. But yes, chat, how many of you are Americans and have a garden? 1, if you have a garden. 2, if you don't. Actually, you know what? I want everybody's answer. 1, if you have a garden. 2, if you don't. 3, if you want one and don't have one. I'm very curious. Yeah, 3 if you don't have one but want one. And if you don't want one, explain why. Just sticking it up on the shelf is so funny. And let me just put that bread up there. Yeah, there we go. That's good. Right there. Right there, mon ami. I'm not going French. I'm going Cajun. But not since the last move. Ooh, wow. Those actually got huge. Jesus. I did not expect those buns to get that big. I still can't quite tell what everything in some of these breads are. Like, I think those are nuts, but I'm not really sure. Oh. A pizza? Oh, I do have captions on. They just don't actually have any captions. Blue cheese. Uh-oh. That is a good looking deli slicer though. Jesus. Okay. That is a really good looking deli slicer, dude. Jesus. I'm sorry. I'm really focused on the deli slicer. I like the sleek black deli slicer instead of like the old industrial chrome looking one. It's also fun to watch this because I have a For Fun mage campaign coming up and I'm playing a baker. So this is kind of neat. Marin being unintentionally sus kind of streams? Wait, what? What do you mean? Why am I being sus? Huh? I have fruit trees in my yard that do the bare minimum of maintenance to. I would recommend taking care of them just so that they don't die. Like maybe if you have like some days where you're just like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Go stand out there and stare at the trees and see if you notice anything that they may need. Especially if there's like bad weather patterns or something. So like if we end up with like a drought, I'd recommend giving them just like a little bit of water. Fruit trees are hard to cultivate. They take a long time to grow and even longer to cultivate. And the worst thing in the world is when you do spend years raising a fruit tree and then its fruits are garbage. Like absolutely fucking terrible. They taste bad, they look bad, they like don't grow big enough to actually eat. I had a family member that had an apple tree in their backyard, and the apples did not grow big enough to eat. Give therapy to the tree. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. Being so excited for your own bread is so cute, dude. Do you speak for the trees? No, I don't. I speak for better living. I speak for better living, yes. A little bit of tomato sauce, arugula. Pickled radishes? Carrot slices. Is this basically banh mi? It feels like banh mi. Ooh, yes. Give me the fucking prosciutto and cheeses. All right, but can you like heat that up a little bit? Like throw it in the oven for like 10 seconds. Because I bet that oven is hot as hell. And so when you start splicing off branches from other cultivators and using it as rootstock. True. True. I just realized what this place reminds me of. It reminds me of a like bougie grocery store that was on my way when I worked at the mussel farm. Prunes, olives, pecans. No, those are walnuts. Figs. Those are figs. My bad. I thought they were prunes. Those are figs. Fuck yeah, baby. Figs. I fucking love figs, dude. I had a fig jam that I went through in like a week and a half that I bought 3 weeks ago, something like that. 2 weeks ago. I don't think it was actually as far back as 3 weeks. So it's bananas, plantains, lemons, limes, oranges, white guava, and sugar apple trees. They're fine for the most part. That's a really good combination of foods though. There's so many things you can do with just those foods. Like citrus fruits by themselves already have so much uses, but to have bananas and stuff on top. Ooh, that is a light dough. That is a good looking dough. Find peppermint to use as a natural repellent to protect my gardens from feral cats, possums, and armadillos. It could work, but fair warning, peppermint grows and takes over. It's insane. You make sure you understand what you're doing when you get peppermint. If you put it in a pot and be like, oh, it'll be fine, you're going to get rid of that pot in a couple years, and there's going to be a massive bush of mint around where that pot used to be. It is impossible to contain. Okay, so we're making other breads to proof, I guess, overnight again. Okay. I want the fig bread, I'm not going to lie. I really want to try the fig bread. Okay. As you start splicing branches, no. Remember to hose them real good so spiders and gnats don't take over the trees. Also true. Thank you, Spicy. How are you doing? Welcome in. How are you doing, Spicy Noodles? What trouble are you getting into? Okay. Oh, that's the fire extinguisher, but it has a bag over it. Okay. That's a big fire extinguisher, though. Bread. Making biscuits? Biscuits as in cookies or biscuits as in biscuits? Thank you. I tried my best. Listen, I'm a little proud that that my voice matches the character quite a bit better than like a lot of other people I've seen that have like their characters. I know some people that'll be like, that like make a character that's like, I'm a demon queen, I'm a demon king, or like something that's like overly badass, and their voice is like, it sounds like they're just out of fucking high school, and it's just like, no, you're not, consider practicing. Granted, I have been practicing essentially every single stream is practice. Every single stream is voice practice for me. Like, if you want, you could probably go find some of the clips from like my first several streams, and you can realize how much my voice has changed. Perennial at this point, and I've almost forgot to mention the oregano, sweet basil, bitter cilantro. I've been growing wild around the house. Hell yeah, dude. It's also true, if you can have like a wild garden that you can just kind of like forage from, that's awesome. Oh, it's falling apart, dude. No, my chocolate chip! Yeah, I think these are gonna be biscuits as in cookies, is what it seems like. Of different kinds. In recordings, I can't stand listening to my own voice in recordings. That's why I'm gonna harass Sai and try to pay her to do it for me. Sai, do the thing. Do the thing, Sai. Listen, but I'm not gonna make Sai do like the main channel videos. This is just for the narration stuff. They look really good. Butter? Oh, we're making brioche. Yeah, that's butter. That's butter for sure. Those look good? Why do you say with a question mark? Those look good? Pardon? Cookies or biscuits? Yes. That's a yes. This is French, okay? That's a yes. Oh, is that honey? I think she was putting honey in there. I'm not 100% sure. Hair. Go wait. Sugar. Listen, there's a point where you go from like measuring in volumes to measuring in weight. As somebody, when you start baking, there's a point where you just end up with a scale, and instead of volume and being like, that's 1 tablespoon. It's now we're doing grams, baby. We're working here in grams. And then depending on the ingredients, sometimes milligrams. Have you ever watched June's Kitchen? No, I have not. Where he makes ramen, it's amazing. It's shot so pretty. I think right now we're doing mostly like baking stuff. I may do another bread bakery after this, or we may do like a, what do you call it? Oh, this one's almost over. It's got 2 minutes left. Or like another like patisserie of some kind. I almost kind of want to do cakes. I kind of want to go back and see that Japanese cake bakery that was there. But it was a little longer. I want another like 20-minute video. They have pretty hands? That's a weird thing to say. You got pretty hands there, buddy. Hey, Stevie. You got pretty hands. Oh, they have really pretty orange cats. Kitties. Have you watched Kay's cooking? No, Lunny, we're not watching Kay's cooking. Let it die. I like that he's just carrying one. Nah, Kay's cooking at one point we did have on the Wheel of Punishment, but I've replaced it with Chef's Club because it's not just like vehemently wrong. It's just content farm material. In their case, they're a content farm. That's what I mean. They're my hands. You can't have them. I don't know. Those hands looking pretty soft. I think I do want to keep those. Maybe I want to put them on someone a little prettier. Bread. All right, what are we making? Oh, that's it. No, we're just cutting it. This baker bakes without electricity. Ooh. Mayhaps. Young French baker with... Okay. Young baker opens own bakery. Bento shop run. Ooh. No. Nah, I want to see the old. Oh my god. The firebox! Sir. Sir. Boulangerie. Oh, shit. I don't know why. I sit here and I like stim with like my chapstick and my fingers and I kind of like twirl it around. But I always hold it like right over the control and Windows key for some reason. So when I fumble it, I end up just hitting shit. Hey chat, want a cappuccino? Oh, that's so cool, dude. Pot. Okay. Wow. The brickwork, the mortar. It's wood-fired? Okay, wood-fired, not coal. That makes sense. You can't, I don't think you can coal fire food. I don't think you should coal fire a fucking oven. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. Direction? Wow. Look at how cracked the door is. It has heat damage. Jesus. Do you think it's feasible to get these things replaced? Do you think there's still somebody in France that like can make a new door? I like my Uchinos uncaped, actually. Uncapped. I don't know about that, my guy. Okay, what are we doing here? Are we raising the overall temperature all across the oven? Is that why he's like rotating it? I just realized he's wearing jorts. Okay, what else do we have over here? What are we working with? The guard? Oh, it's out. Oh no, we're down to coals. Okay, that's what you want. Burn it down so that you have a constant temperature. Water to keep things from drying out. Okay. It's so fucking cool, dude. I've never seen the workings of an oven like this. Okay, so he just poured that water into something. Oh, okay, the lights. I'm sorry, I'm so fixated on this, but it's bloody expensive. Oh, I guarantee you it's bloody expensive. That's like a $1,200 door. Because, can you imagine? Oh, just in. Just cut, flip it a little bit, in. Go get him, champ. That's such a light dough. I also like how easy it seems to like open and close it because of the level of like counterweight. Where the counterweight and the weight of the door is probably like about the same. So it just kind of takes tipping it ever so slightly to get it to open. Oh my god. Hold on, go back. Go back. Look at that fucking paddle. Here, these fucking captions are useless. Sir, I think it's time for a new paddle. What do you mean? It's well seasoned. Oh my god, the way it bends too. All the way to the back. All the way to the back. Insanity, dude. Okay. Oh my god, those troughs. How old is this place? I think it said in the thumbnail that this bakery is 250 years old. Now, I don't know if the oven itself is 250 years old. It looks like it could be over 100. How deep is this oven? It's looking like over 10 feet. Over 10 feet back. I'm surprised this man still has arm hair. Okay. It's interesting how like rough the dough looks too. This is a man who is just baking as much as he can, as fast as he can. And just getting that shit in there. Ooh. Focaccia? No. Oh, it's a razor holder. They're still using like razor blades to cut it. It's just it's in like a plastic holder. So that was the same thing that the girl in the last video was using too. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Tick, tick, tick. Okay. Okay, but how do you know when it's time to take it out? He like waits to make sure he's being told what he's supposed to do. Ooh, those are deep. Those are very deep. Don't die. You're not allowed to die, old man. Yeah, those are really deep cuts. Yes, nothing new then. Hi, Ordain. What have you been doing? What trouble have you been getting into? Hello? Ooh. Heart? No? No. Oh. God Lord, you just split him open! I like that it's funny to me that there's imagining just like an apprentice baker standing next to him, just like waiting for him to plap it on the thing so he can cut it. You're the cutter today. Get in here. The fact that they're seemingly not concerned with like the bread that went in first makes me think that like the oven itself right now isn't very hot. Like maybe this is like a low and slow kind of baking method. But with how much stuff they're putting in and how long it potentially takes, I'm kind of concerned about the breads that are like way in the back. You can even see how puffed up those bread loaves are already. This is Dwarven craftsman. That's father of my father's father, old stuff there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. For fucking sure. I still can't get over the jorts and the polo. The jorts and the football polo. I'm curious what's on the top of that, if it's like residue of things. Because look at how like scaly the top of it is. It almost looks like the top of a cave, to my mind. Ooh. Okay. We got a ring. Carlo. Okay. We now have 10 feet of bread. There's now 10 feet of bread in this oven. Gotta go by later. I am. Thank you for telling me. Have a good time. Whole ass boulder they have for the actual oven. Maybe. I don't know. It looks kind of iffy. I feel like it needs to be cleaned. It feels like when they built this, they probably... Ooh. But that's like the last thing they put in. Cool wispy. Cool wispy, baby. Okay. And these guys are handling like these fresh out of the oven breads with their hands. Just hands, dude. think a loaf of bread like this costs? How much do you think it costs at this bakery? I need to know. Faye, how much does like fresh baked bread from a specialty bakery cost? If Faye is still listening. Or anybody that can tell me. Or Dane, if you find a bakery in the Netherlands, how much does it cost? How much does the loaf of bread at a nice bakery cost? Or like any bakery, really. If you, oh, nice catch. Like flipping a tortilla with your fingers? Yep. Ooh. Ooh. Not done. Not completely done. Put it back in. Okay. Oh, they've likely cleaned it every morning. I feel like they clean it via like, what is it? Like a rag on the end of a stick. It was like $3. That makes sense. Wait, you've never been to a legit bakery? I feel like it would be a little easier to find. I mean, like bakeries in the US are pretty abundant, but usually like bakeries in the US are like sweets. Like there'll be like donut bakeries or like cake and cupcake bakeries, more so than like fresh bread bakeries. Is it dying breed? No! Fuck you, industrial bread companies. Damn it, dude. Damn it. It's Jover. It's Jover. I'm only going to be eating fresh bread bakeries going forward. We're in bread at local Tesco's? Because the bread's not that good for you. I don't know about Tesco's like ingredient list when it comes to their bread, but a lot of breads, like not even just counting the sugar, uses a lot of preservatives to make them more shelf stable so that they can make it through shipping. Through like shipping and then being on the shelves. So again, it's just one of those things. Living cleaner. Living cleaner. Can make 100 times the amount of traditional bread makers, so yeah, not a lot of them left. True. A toasted chocolate, but here we are. Fucking got him. Sunstar, where did you find that gun? Why did you just shoot Ordain? Jesus, sir. Jesus, boss. I'm sorry, I'm just thinking about that. Entire piece of toasted chocolate, but here we are. Squints at Nutella. Yeah, Nutella is straight up like all sugar. I don't get it. I think he's talking about your Hagelslag or whatever it is. I'm still pretty sure I'm butchering that. It doesn't feel real. It doesn't feel like I'm saying a real word. Hagelslag. Hagelslag. Oh my god, so many croissants. You were saying about the 100 times the average baker? Is it ha gel slag? Gel like the English word or gel? Hagelslag. Hagelslag. Again, it captured slag for some reason. More glow? Hagelslag. Hagelslag. Oh wow, this is pretty much exactly what I wanted my character's bakery to look like. Pretty fucking close, actually. Pretty fucking close. Ooh. Oh, yo, the dining room table. That's actually really cute. Oh, and straight shot to the oven. Oh, now we've got the gloves. Somebody's got the gloves out. I would have the gloves. I promise I would have the gloves. No, the butter! No, the butter! The British are affecting the Ottoman? Maybe. Maybe. Used to be friends with a legit Jewish baker in my hometown. Would walk in the back and ask what's hot. Baker would open oven, pull out a hot loaf, grab a knife, add butter, system, demolish the bread with my parents. Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yes. I wish some people were willing to make the sacrifice for that little bit of extra money or for that little bit of like, maybe not detour, but it's the fact that we've made it more convenient to go to supermarkets. Supermarkets were a fucking mistake, dude. Absolutely horrid idea. Unless you're looking to skim money out of everybody's pockets, then, you know, go ahead. But like for like quality of life and stuff, like supermarkets fucking suck, dude. Supermarkets fucking suck. It's all fast-made products with like the longest expiration date they can get away with. And as much fucking preservatives or sweeteners that they can slide into it. I'm not much of a baker currently, but I've mentioned this before in chat. Do you remember my like, what was it? Like my like coffee bar idea? The like making a cafe? Having a cafe someday? I think that'd still be fun. I think that would still be fun. Notice the paddles soaking wet? That's the butter. That's the butter that seeped out of the croissants. Is that salt? Is that large grain salt on that? I don't know. I don't know for sure. I think it's salt. Yeah, it's also the fact that there was that pot that he put inside of it before. That essentially keeps the inside moist instead of drying out while it's baking. So there is probably additional moisture on a lot of things. Large salt is so good. Yeah, it's I don't know what it's like sold under, but the only time I've ever been able to get it is when I get like a pretzel at some place. Fresh bread tastes awesome. Fresh bread, but also I think there's just something really special about having like more authentic breads than manufactured breads. If I could avoid it, I would like to. But the closest thing I got is that like the market that I go to has its own bakery where they make breads. And I usually try to get that instead of getting like the shelf stuff. And they do make like regular loaves of bread, all the same breads that like you would find on the pre-packaged shelves. So I do usually try to get those fresh ones instead. I think is what it's sold as. Coarse salt is usually not quite as like white. Ooh, tarts. Okay. So they do have desserts. But... Ooh, what is that? See, just the sheer number of like options in here for being such a small bakery is really cool. Proceeds to chew on rock salt lamp. No, you're gonna get all the negative vibes and the germs. Ooh. Okay. I think that making bread for someone you like would be cool. Here, I like you. Take some bread I made. Peek, really? I agree. I agree. Hi, I made you this bread. Here, I made you this bread, and I brought this hot coffee, me holding up like a thermos. Flaky sea salt. That's not what was on there, but I do like flaky sea salt. I do like flaky sea salt. I'm also very much preferential to sustainable versions of salt instead of like mined rock salt and stuff. So I do very much prefer sea salt. Ooh. Chat, cover your eyes. This is porn. Damn. Perfect. Perfectly solid. No large bubbles, no nothing. Only see a couple of loaves with mold on it. Ugh. Ugh. It also depends what your idea of like what you're going to use it for. Like if I had options like the kind of breads that are in this shop, I would not be using like the fucking like regular American white bread or looking for those kind of like sandwich breads. My ass would be getting one of those big loaves, cutting that bitch up and making one hell of a prosciutto sandwich. Okay, I kind of want to do another one, chat. I kind of want to do another one. The food prawn is strong here. Always food prawn, baby. Always food prawn. Ooh. Okay, yeah, we'll do this one. This one's focaccia. Oh, fuck, dude. Opening scene and I already just want to fight somebody. Fucking focaccia's a sexy ass kind of bread, dude. Oh my God. Reminds me of the story of the guy who made cheese wheel for a girl he liked. Oh yeah, the one that like, he brought her like a 16-pound wheel of cheese. They went on a date and he brought her like a massive wheel of cheese. I don't know. Okay. So hold on. There's a lot of, ooh, that is a very cute coffee cup. There's a lot of practices that aren't like cheese makers, wine makers, bakers, these like food-based grassroots types of like businesses that aren't that prevalent. And when I see somebody get a gift from like one of those, I'm not going to lie, I'm like a little jealous. I'm not a big fan of cheese, but if somebody gifted me a wheel of cheese, I would find something to do with it. Give me a wheel of Parmesan, I will fucking kiss you, dude. I will fucking kiss you. I hope you like carbonara, because we're about to be carbonara out the ass. But it's also the same thing with like a baker. If somebody like gifted me bread, we're going to sit down and we're going to share that bread right that fucking second. I will find butter. I will make butter. Marin wants the cheese wheels to the factory. No, I don't want the factory cheese wheels. I want the local company cheese wheels. Local company cheese. And winemaking would be the most evil gifts? Really? Why would you think they'd be evil? Can you imagine showing... Hold on. Can you imagine a combination of those? Of just like showing up, having a fresh loaf of baked bread, a wheel of cheese, and like a like little cask of wine, and being like, we're staying in tonight, baby. I'm sold. I'm sold. I'm passed out in your arms. I'm swooning. It's over for me, buddy. It's over for me. Get that Dutch cheese that won a competition. Ooh. You have wronged me, but I forgive you. Have this bread I made. It has the consistency of slime that is somehow completely black. What do you mean? How is it the consistency of slime and completely black? What the fuck did you do? Yeast. Flour. Looks like baking flour. No, I just think there's something like cute and romantic about it. Call me, what is it? It's like old-fashioned, like, romance to my brain. I don't know why. I just think it's cute. I think it's precious. Listen, if I was going somewhere, if I was going to like a friend's or something, and I was like, wait, I didn't bring anything for this party or this hangout or something. My ass swinging through the bakery, dude. I'll get a focaccia. I'll get a whole fucking block of that shit. If I had the money, like, chat, I've been broke almost my entire goddamn life. Pretty much my entire goddamn life. If I had money, you better believe I'd probably be throwing like chill little parties. Be having chill little parties. We'd have nights where we're just like hanging out on stream, like maybe drinking some wine, having some bread, just socializing. And invite somebody over to have a talk. But besides the Eldritch beads and mustard meads, I think it's the cutest thing ever, just giving someone stuff you made. Yeah. You socializing? I like socializing. I want to be able to do things more, but unfortunately things cost money, which is why like I don't go to an LGS or anything. Because if I wanted to get back into any of the games that are like popular, it costs money. It costs money. And then to even stay at an LGS, even if you're doing like a tabletop night or something that has no like enter fee, throw in that olive oil, baby. What the hell you say mustard means? Money! Yeah, money. It's always money. It's okay though. Hopefully after I move, I'll be able to get a visa and a job, and I'll actually have more money to spend. And I'm gonna try not to just be like, you know, I'm gonna spend this all on stream. All my extra money is going to stream. I'm hoping I can get at least a part-time job. At least part-time. Money do make the world go round. Money do make the world go round. Chat, I haven't told y'all that I still do voice commissions, right? We have so many people, new people here, that I don't think I've ever told I do voice commissions. So if you want to help and you want a voice commission, We can talk about the price. I technically do have a price on the website, but it's all of it is very negotiable. Money make the mountain go round. Listen. Oh, cucumbers. Okay, that's kind of cool. I like that. I like the deli slicer cucumber. Meat. Ooh. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Prosciutto. That is a sharp knife, my guy. What do you mean, money go rounds? Listen, the world does go around on money, and to do things, to go do things, costs money. Which is why a lot of the time I only go between like the gym and home and like the grocery store. Those are like my 3 places. That's all I got. That's all I got. I pay for the gym membership. I'm gonna use it. That's why I go 4 days a week. Maybe I should go more. Maybe I should go more. Mushrooms? Hell yeah, mushrooms. And I think we saw these in the oven earlier. Yeah, they just like roast them. Okay. Oh, I think that was cheese, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Get some sleep now. Good night, pray. Sleep well. Proceeds to top up the merry-go-round. What do you mean top up the merry-go-round? Like I'm a gacha game? Like when the gacha games are always like, don't forget to top up. Don't forget to top up. Hi, Flo. Hi, Kristen. How are you doing? 90s a week. Time is money. So if you don't get money, invent more time. Christ. It's like the dude's like, yeah, I separate my days into like different hour increments. So I get 3 days out of every 24-hour period. So I'm doing 3 times as much work as you dudes. I'm so alpha male, bruh. I forget, did we watch that on stream? Or I think I've actually made fun of that dude with Faye and Sai at one point. Shrooms! Not those kind of shrooms ordained. These are tasty, tasty shrooms. Not the trippin' shrooms. That one's on the merry-go-round, but Marinco gotcha. Marinco gotcha. Remember, chat, don't forget to pay your gotchas. You never know. Eventually, you may get the ultra rare of me debuting an entirely new model. Listen, at this point, if the gotchas are paid up, looks at the house funds, I will be able to stream a lot more. I will have a period of time where I won't be able to like get a job because I won't have a visa. But I will be able to stream a lot more. Who's ready for the 36-hour stream if we hit the goals? Multiple 24-hour energies. Wait, where did you find a 24-hour energy? Those are 5-hour energies. The legendary mountain card from the packs. Yeah, there's just like, there's like a 1% chance. It's actually a 0.1% chance. And nobody, I'm not going to say for the joke, it's actually at the last dollar of the $2,000 goal. That last dollar is exactly the point where it's been rigged, where you will get the ultra rare card. Searching for the dark hour, are we? Mushrooms. Hold on, that reminds me really quick. What are we at? We're working towards the food crime. Okay. Yeah, we're working towards the food crime, which I am probably going to make particularly heinous. I will gather like a whole bunch of options. Once we unlock it, I will probably get like some more intakes from like Atera, because she is the queen of food crimes. They're the queen of food crimes. Bubblehead, how are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? Bread. Smack. Single bread. Chickpeas? Chickpeas. All right, what are we doing with the chickpeas? Are we making like roasted, I'm forgetting the word. Hummus. That's the word, hummus. I'm not gonna lie, my brain was over Hamas? That ain't it. I know that ain't it. It's hummus. The word I was looking for was hummus. Fishing a while before going food shopping? Ooh. I hope you enjoy fishing in WoW. I used to do a lot of fishing in WoW. Hazelnuts? No, those were definitely chickpeas. Well, actually, no, you could have been right. They could have been hazelnuts. They did kind of have that little point on them, but they seemed really small. They seemed really small. I'm still pretty sure they're chickpeas. All right, time to finger the bread. Get it, champ. Get it. Yeah. Yeah, get in there. Yeah, just push it out. Dirty, dirty, dirty. I do not know why I'm doing this bit. I don't know why I'm doing this bit. Sunstar, you need to stop me. You're supposed to stop me. You're supposed to keep me in check. You're the mod. Sunstar, I think at this point is the official head mod at this point. Pranab music plays. Oh no. Oh no. All right, Sunstar, go get your crown. You're officially the head mod. I can't give Carrie a leadership position because Carrie will go buck wild. Can't risk it. Can't risk it. Unofficial ticket upgrades? Unofficial. Let me see. What do we have here? All right. Now we're just going to keep going. I was going to snooze the ads, but we're just going to let the ads run because we'll still have like 20 plus minutes afterwards of this video to go. What do you mean unofficial ticket upgrades? Are you handing out upgrades? I stole a crown? Ordain, you did what? I got demoted? What do you mean you got demoted? You didn't get demoted. I can't risk you having a leadership position. I know what your family's like. I know what you're like. Can't risk that. Also, you're gonna have to hand over your ex top mod card to Sunstar. Plow through the ads. Yeah, we're gonna plow through the ads. I wonder why they're making them just in like different shapes. To me, focaccia, I don't know if anybody else feels this to me though, but focaccia always feels like almost like pizza dough in like its own little way. I think Sicilian pizza technically goes on top of like focaccia-like dough. What the hell is that? Cream! Sour cream? Please don't be sour cream. Please don't be sour cream, dude. I don't like it. I don't like it. You lost me. You lost me. Okay, tomato sauce. As if I haven't stolen weirder things. Well, it'll be fine. I still have my streak. True, you do still have your streak. I don't think that's ricotta. It looks like it could be ricotta, but then those are mushrooms. Obviously mushrooms. Okay, what else? Caviar? Oh, we bougie. The bougie is the bougie. Oh. Oh, and it's topped? Amazing. Okay. You have my interest. You have my interest. We making a focaccia pouch, dude? Okay. A pizza. Hi. There's perks in my salad. That's an amazing name. There's perks in my salad. Oh no, not the fucking perks, dude. I spent it on perks. Not too posh now? Yeah. I'm... Salmon? Is this... It doesn't look like raw salmon. It looks like maybe like lightly smoked salmon. Okay, sun-dried tomatoes. Calzone time? I mean, kind of, sort of. That looks like provolone, but I don't know if it could be mozzarella. It could also be a cheese that I don't know off the top of my head. It's probably, I don't feel like it would be provolone. Just the way it sticks. Just absolutely glued. Okay, so they do make these like little... I support random things on pizza. I support random things on pizza too. That also comes from a pineapple on pizza enjoyer. Are you thinking of the... I'm curious, just out of curiosity. Is the... Hi, Country Outlaw. How are you doing? Also, hi, Neva. Very thinly sliced, but I think that's salmon raw. It could be, but they're still going to be baked, so it's not too big of a deal. what was I saying? The, pineapple does belong on pizza. I agree. Red Lobster has had a lobster pizza as like an appetizer for decades. Is that where you've tried lobster pizza? Is that the place you've tried lobster pizza? Out of curiosity. Pesto. Hell yeah. Now brush it out. Listen, the best pizza I've ever had outside of like specialty places, the best pizza that like you can get at generally any pizza place to me is pineapple, bacon, and spinach. It is so good, dude. It is so good. Is that a proofing rack? It looks like a proofing rack. Oh, all right. Ad break time. We're going to take a brief break. I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm just going to give you all words on stream and the music while we wait. Y'all better not fail at this one. Role will be claimable. It's fine that it just exists. Did I? Let me see real quick. Did I get rid of it? Or maybe whenever I changed it over. Oh yeah, I don't think I made it like a question or anything. Hold on, why do I have a ping on here? Okay. 6 ads is outrageous. I can't fix it. I'm sorry. One of these days, the pineapple enjoy rule will be claimable. It's fine that it just exists. It was claimable at one point. There was a question that was just like, does pineapple belong on pizza? And the objectively correct answer was, of course, yes. But then I got rid of it because it just felt random. I mean, it's run-in time, not amount, so, It's so sweet. I may have to try it with some proper spicy to make it good. I recommend if you haven't had it at all, a lot of pizza places will do pineapple pepperoni or pineapple pepperoni and jalapeno. That's a really good combination too. If you like pickled jalapenos. Otherwise, I recommend my version. I recommend the saltiness of the bacon, the sweetness of the pineapple, and the earthiness of the spinach is really, really good. Really, really good. But yeah. Also, if you have like chili crisp in your house, chat, if any of you have chili crisp, this is a secret. This is a secret, chat. If you have chili crisp, that shit goes on everything. Put it on pizza, put it in pasta, do whatever you got to do for it. Anyway, this has been brought to you by the Anti-Ad Council. Get chili crisp or learn to make it. It's a what? It's a what, Sunstar? Secret chat. Yeah, secret chat. Astrid, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Enjoy the show. We're vibing out with some food videos today. All right. We will be back from the ad break in just a second. Hold on. Okay. Welcome back from the ad break, guys. We are good to go. Back to focaccia, baby. More focaccia. Into the Wi-Fi spot before you ended. Oh yeah. How are you doing, I am? This I don't know why. There's just something uncomfortable slightly of the... Yeah, I'm rubbing tomato sauce on the top of this bread, weirdly sensually. Olive oil around the edges to make it extra crispy. Doing good day. How are you doing today? Is there any content creator you've always wanted to meet or do a collab with who would at least be one of them? Joel? Probably Joel. Maybe Joel someday. Joel or I don't know. I don't really have any crazy like big VTubers that I would be like, if I had to pick like crazy big, maybe Crony. Maybe getting to talk to Crony would be very interesting. Or hell, even playing a scary game with Crony I think would be very funny. But unfortunately, the Hololive girls don't really do many collabs outside of their, outside the company. And when they do, they're only like company to company. So like, it's always like Vishojo. Vishojo's like the only other people I think that can get collabs with Hololive. Everything is better when done centrally, just real nice and slow. Just slide your fingers in. Extra juice, extra juice. Oh no, those are whole skin tomatoes. Okay. Italian seasoning. Chat, I think this is just gonna give me a craving for pizza. I don't have any money for pizza. One of mine would definitely be Hype Mike. Always be somewhere in the top 10 for content creators I've always wanted to meet or do a collab with. I've never heard of him. What does he do? I have no idea who that is. All right, we got cucumbers and olive oil on top of focaccia. What is the, I want to know what this is going to look like at the end. I wonder what the idea behind this is. Interesting, very interesting. Lost me in the olives. I like olives. It doesn't help that my mom also like used to feed us like olives out of a can as a vegetable alternative for our meals. My mom was always, ooh, pistachios. My mom, when she would make us dinner, she would always do a meat and 2 vegetables and a glass of milk. And we had to eat all of those. And sometimes, my mom is not a good cook. She's not like some incredible cook or anything. My dad was actually the cook in the family before the divorce. But mandarin oranges on pizza is good. What? What? Huh? All right, does this count as focaccia or is this just straight up a pan pizza? It looks crazy fucking good though. Damn, dude, damn. Ah, there's the tomato one. I was about to say, where's the tomato one? He's really good. Oh. Hype Mike. Gotta look it up. That's just a dude. Oh, okay, I see. I see. He's another one of those paranormal hunter YouTubers. Except a lot of his videos do the same thing where it's like very clickbait titles, which annoyingly I completely understand. Because YouTube actually feeds that into the algorithm, and if you don't do it, it's an actual like detrimental hit to how much your video gets spread. Yeah, too thick for rolling cutters. If you want to get those good lines, you kind of got to use the kitchen shears. I kind of want to know what that yellow sauce was. Scissors to cut pizza is devious. Scissors to cut pizza is shockingly common in a lot of places. Whenever we watch like Korean pizza places and stuff, they will sometimes use scissors to cut their pizza. This looks awesome. Oh God, it's just white. Why is it just white? And you're adding more white. And more white. We have 3 layers of white. I don't like it. What sauce do you think that is? Honey mustard. Oh, you're talking about the yellow sauce or you're talking about the white sauce? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Could not tell you. More of a white pizza than that. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced I want to try that. I don't trust. I don't. Ugh. Oh God, what are we spreading now? I don't trust white sauces, dude. I don't like sour cream. I don't like the texture or the taste of sour cream. Oh, what the hell? Is that black truffle? Did they just put just a tiny piece of black truffle on top instead of like grating it? Huh? Pizza. Doesn't him, I think the reason why they don't have a group name is because they also might be scared of one of the people getting way more popular in the group. Look at the group name, the most popular one pops. Is it Omar Gosh? I did see him pop up whenever I looked this guy up. I've seen Omar Gosh before. We've watched like one of his videos. The thing is when we usually watch videos like that, it's usually because I take the piss with them. It's more often to make fun of them and their own misunderstanding of their own equipment. Ooh. Put it in my fucking mouth, dude. Put it in my fucking mouth. More scissors. So fucking crispy, dude. Also, what was that? Hardtack? I thought I heard hardtack. Alfredo sauce would be more likely. I figured it'd be something like Alfredo sauce. I do not like Alfredo sauce. I used to have a friend when I was in college. Ooh, wait. Guac? Hello? Mushed avocado? Salmon? I still don't know what the white is. I'm pretty sure it's ricotta cheese. I'm not a fan of ricotta either. I don't like the texture of ricotta. I'm very much a texture eater. I mean, we do watch like Paranormal Twinks on occasion. I mean, Twin Paranormal. But again, most of the time is to watch, is to like talk about the things behind sensationalized paranormal ghost hunting. Because it's very much goofy and mostly made up. I think that's really smart at the same time, so they don't have to deal with what those other groups have to. Sideman, FaZe Clan were one of the people. Ooh, yeah, you don't want to be related to FaZe Clan. And looks up and searches. You do not want to be related to FaZe Clan. Ain't nobody want to be part of FaZe Clan. Unless if you want to be a part of FaZe Clan, that's a red fucking flag, dude. If a person as a whole wants to join FaZe Clan or even thinks FaZe Clan is one, a good company, their creators are good people, or anything of the sort moderately appealing, that's a red fucking flag. Yes, my favorite gray slime, not gay slime, gray slime. Gray slime. Fish? Fish? No, I think that's zucchini. I think that was zucchini in like tomato sauce. Just then shit talk them to their faces. That's the only reason I could possibly ever do it. Walk into the house, be an absolute cunt to them, and then leave. Why can't the gray slime be gay gray slime? It's because I butchered my words. It's fine. It's fine. More prosciutto! Why is there so much ricotta in this damn place? Everything has ricotta on it. And then Parmesan. Okay, we're back on the orange sauce that I still don't know what it is. I honestly don't know. I can't even like guess what it is. Oh, the ones that had the pistachios on top was the... Ooh, gimme the bougie caviar. Okay, it did go really flat. That's what I expected it to. Oh, the cucumber one was the one that had the salmon inside. Ugh. Not a fan. Not a fan. I'd try it. Okay, I'd try it. Oh, the camera's not focusing. All right, this is the Italian one. That's basically like what was it? Sun-dried tomatoes and stuff on the inside. Well, I watch a lot of that type of stuff. That makes sense. They are very hyper energetic in a lot of those shows. And that's kind of their whole point. It's shock value. It's fast-paced shenanigans that usually appeals to a lot of people when it comes to watching those like paranormal kind of folks. And I can understand why people do it. And that's usually what I do is I analyze what makes them popular and why people enjoy it and why it appeals to the general mass audience. It's more of an analysis of them as like content creators and the methods used for paranormal investigation. Just how my brain works with having it. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Oh. I want to know how big the slices are. Do you just get like the whole chunk of that thing? Like, what's the deal? Okay, that one looked like it was actually in like pizza-ish slices. Oh. Not the moped. Ooh. Oh, these are the little ones that went into like almost like the muffin tin. But I guess they didn't put anything in it. I think it's just plain focaccia. What do you do with the leftovers? Asking for no reason whatsoever. What do you folks do with the leftovers, if I may ask? It seems like these other ones are cut into quarters instead of like eighths. Okay. I don't know French. I don't know French, sadly. Although the funny thing is, the way that the lady's talking, the lady who like works there is talking, I feel like I already know what she's basically like talking about. She's making the goofy like auntie like small talk. Oh, they do heat it again. Oh, that's neat. That's neat. I need it. I need it. But there's no place that sells food like this here. The only time I've been able to find a place that's even close to selling like focaccia or like Sicilian style bread, that was when I lived in New England. There was a Sicilian style pizza place that was so good. It was so good. It was like $6 a slice. But that pizza was so goddamn good, dude. The cheese was perfect and runny. They seasoned it afterwards. That really fits my vibe that I want to do that I'm older. No. I don't know any of those. I don't know any of those. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. But that is going to be it for today, guys. That's what we're going to call it. That is 4 hours and 20 minutes. And now we need to find who the hell we are going to raid. Let me see who we have. We are going to be back tomorrow, noon CDT. I don't remember what was on my schedule. Hold on a second. What did I put on the schedule? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Condemned. We're starting Condemned. We're going to have Retro Circus tomorrow. We'll be using the retro model. So, well, I need to figure out somebody to raid. Who do we want to raid? Who did we raid yesterday? Mods, who did we raid yesterday? Yeah, we're going to be playing Condemned Criminal Origins for the very first time. I've watched it years ago. I've never played it. Not even once. But I'm looking to see who... Wait, what the fuck? Twitch? I know who we're raiding. I know who we're raiding. We're going to raid Abby. Abby's... Well, she's marked as playing Pokemon Emerald, but she's definitely playing some kind of ROM hack. And apparently, I was not following Abby. Here, let me just, we'll just click that, and then we can do the little Magic, magic.
What do you mean I'm hard?
Gonna steal the ROMs? What do you mean steal the ROMs?
Calling me already, man?
All right, we're gonna do the crime brulee. We're gonna do the brulee alert.
Yes, ma'am.
If you want, you can replace those with the actual crime brulee emotes. We do have the crime brulee emotes. We demand crime brulee. That's another option, or the wiggle one, whichever one you want to do, guys. But I will see you tomorrow, noon CDT.
Crunchy dessert is hit or miss. Wait.
Until then, though, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. We got to pick up the pace, though. Do I actually need to make an announcement on social media that we're trying to partner push? Because since last week, we have not hit 75 at all.
Innocent hot sugar.
Well, shit. Who cares?
Sweet peanut butter.
Who cares? It's not like I'm going to fucking give up. But until then, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. And thank you for enjoying the show. Good night.